Hey. Hey, Cat. Okay. Thank you, Cat. I appreciate you, darling. It's hard. We bounce back. Try to take a breath, take a day, beat some wood with a big hammer, and, you know, breathe. Hey, Alabama. Hey, Gritty. Hey, Kelly. I heard some things last night. It's very disturbing when it comes to Chris Skinner's case, so that's going to be the topic tonight. Well, for part of it. Boy, do I got some questions. Hey, Connie. Hey, Cindy. Thanks, Alabama. How you doing, darling? Did your sister tell you your package is on its way? Be there Friday. Thank you, Cindy. All almost 13 pounds of it. Okay. Hey, Kelly. You're very welcome. Consider everybody's birthday present that's in that box. Did anybody see Tamara's live last night? Hey, Susie. No, you were, Alabama. Does anybody have any questions about anything that was said? Of course, I couldn't hear half of it anyway because it kept going in and out and in and out and repeating, and I got sick of it and left. Oh, I got questions. Now, from what I understand, Tamara, Chris's sister, changed her view in January that it was a self-unaliving, correct? This past January. Hey, Dana. Hypothetically, what would you think if, hypothetically, hanging in, Dana, that Chris's sister knew he was suicidal years ago? Hey, who I am. Thanks for the heart, me. I appreciate you. Would that make you have questions? Hypothetically. Thanks for the heart, me. I'll give everybody a chance to come in and settle and say hi and stuff, and Thanks for the heart me. Oh, is it glitching? Hey, Greta. Hypothetically speaking, if Chris's sister knew he was wanting to unalive himself before he passed away, would that give you questions? Would you have questions after that? Considering she came to the new realization in January that it was a self-unaliving? I got questions. Oh, I got questions. A lot of people knew that Chris wanted to unalive himself before he did. A lot of people did. Friends, family. Now, I mean, I've been saying for months and months and months and months that he unalived himself. Somehow, I just knew it, and I stuck to it, and always will. I believed he was pushed to it. Hey, Beth, how you doing? But I got questions. How can people sit around and knowing a man is wanting to unalive himself, sit back and do nothing? No intervention. Hey, Chanabrook. How you doing, darling? If you knew somebody within your family wanted to unalive themselves, would you just sit back and wait for them to do it? Or would you try to intervene? I would try to intervene. If you felt that he was being neglected as a family member, wouldn't you call Adult Protective Services so he can get the care he needed so it could actually help him mentally to not want to unalive himself? Then why wasn't it done? Hey, Wendy. Hey, Ina. Why wasn't it done? Why wasn't somebody sent in to help him with bed sores, pain, hygiene? Because for the lack of care from an alleged caregiver, Susie aided in the fact that he also knew she was having an affair with big-toed preacher man. Where's the man psychologically going to be? So, if family knew it and friends knew it, why didn't somebody intervene? I've heard some of the PD interview with sister and mom, and I got questions. Whew! I got questions. Why did it take Micah losing her life for anybody on Chris's side to say, hey, look, how many years later? But if you only changed your thought process to self-unaliving in January, how can you tell the popo you knew he was suicidal before he did it? And the only thing you want out of this is to change the death certificate to self-unaliving and for Susie to get in trouble for lying on a police report. And that was it. Wouldn't it go deeper than that? Wouldn't it be something you would want to do way before now? Before Micah? Hey, Lisa. She doesn't believe it. She doesn't believe it was self-unaliving. Yeah, I agree, just a girl. Hey, Laura, how are you, honey? So I'm trying to understand where his sister stood when she brought all this up and where she stood in January to now. Thanks for the heart, me, Carrie. So, I've heard pieces of interviews with the popo from a friend, from family members, and God bless, I got questions. Thank you, Sister Y. Yeah, doing okay, Carrie. Thank you, darling. Better than the other day, so that's a plus. If family members knows the man had bed sores and was not kept up hygienically, why wouldn't you intervene? Adult Protective Services, we need somebody in there to help take care of him. His wife ain't doing it. She's either tired or drug out, whatever the case may be. Why wasn't he priority? Hey, sweetheart, how you doing, darling? How can anybody just sit back knowing that a man is so down that he is contemplating unaliving himself, not intervene and do anything? Maybe you couldn't physically, but you could make some calls. They knew. Of course they knew. 100%. Hey, Nancy. I don't know about the last doctors he's seen or whatever, but I know from things that I've heard over the last couple of months, because some people that think, yeah, I've been busy, my life's been hell, it's not getting any better, but you know, I've still been trying to keep up as much as I can. How can it, and it just angers me, because oh God, I got questions. There was no home health, from what I understand, or aid. That there was neglect to him. He was neglected. Not just by the woman he married and trusted and loved so dearly, but by everybody else. Why didn't anybody make an effort to take someone over if they couldn't aid to bathing him or changing him or helping him, to get somebody in there to do it? He wouldn't have refused if it hadn't have went so long, in my opinion, that he was already so down and already contemplated unaliving himself. And if Susie got so burnt out, then why did she ask for help before it got that bad? Before it got that bad, before his mental health depleted, because he was sitting there in pain, and even more pain than he normally would be, because he had bed sores. He was unclean. Why would it even get there? For him to even get even more depressed, on top of everything with JP and Susie and all they've done to him. I got questions. I think they knew all along. That's my opinion. But who said he refused from the beginning? Before it got to the point of poor hygiene. It shouldn't have ever gotten to there. Period. And I've heard the family knew about the neglect, but nothing was done. Why? Look how much that man suffered in knowing that his wife was screwing another man. How much of a man did he feel like he was a husband or a father because of this? There's a lot of mess, so I don't know if that was said or not. But it ain't to the point of him getting so far and then refusing. Why did he even get there to start with? Hey Dilly, how you doing, darling? Make it make sense. Who was there for him? Who was actually there advocating for Chris? It's echoing. Hey, Lando. Okay. Okay, Dilly. Thank you for the heart, me darling. Perfect. Chris didn't deserve that. And whether Susie told them no. When you have health concerns about a family member, then you make a call if they won't let you there. But JDJ, who's to say that he refused when everything was okay hygienically? Who said he refused then? But only after it went so far. Awesome, Lando. Hi, Angel Wing. But what did it take for him to get depressed, Connie? All right, Dilly. Thank you, Dilly. I appreciate that, darling. Hey, Janie. Micah didn't want to either. Was it ever said by the family that they wanted Susie to pay because he was pushed to unalive himself? Oh, okay, Lando. Hey, Debbie C. Okay. JJ and others are having a conversation. I'm only catching bits and pieces of it. If somebody is in need of medical attention, if somebody is in need of hygiene, and who is being neglected, that is causing more depressive moods and ideations of unaliving. Why the fuck wouldn't you call somebody to help? That has nothing to do with the mental capability of a person. It has to do with the well-being and neglect of a person. So whether he was competent, knew right from wrong, knew his name, social security number, address, phone number, doesn't mean he wasn't neglected and it could have been helped. Because he didn't have the capability to do it himself. Exactly, just a girl. Not necessarily. If there is neglect and the mental status is depleted, that would also cloud the judgment for the well-being of a patient. They can take over. He didn't want to shower and stuff after he'd been neglected. Exactly. But the point is, whether he refused it, told him to get the hell out or anything, whatever. That's one thing. But he never got the opportunity to tell anybody to get the fuck out and leave him alone. Yes, Wendy. I love you too, Lando. Exactly. And not only that, it would have shown he was being neglected. Exactly, and they can get court orders real quick for that. Oh, Debbie C., you know I love you, sweetheart, and you are amazing. Right, Case Face. Lovebug, maybe when he went to the doctors, he had a bath or he was wiped off. He didn't smell bed bugs. He's quadriplegic, so 1 and 1 equals 2, and the doctor don't care in between. That's my assumption. Okay, you take a Munchausen by proxy case. How long do they go before doctors pick up on it? Don't cry, Debbie C. You know I love you. Did the doctors see the neglect years before with a Munchausen by proxy case? Nope. Sometimes it's common for bed sores to be with paraplegic. They see it as a common occurrence. Maybe they didn't fully examine to see how bad it was. Maybe they just went based on the fact of what Susie told them. Aw, Debbie C. Why wasn't a home aide sought out to help care for him? That's a good point, too. So the question still remains, why didn't family and friends that knew he was contemplating or talking about unaliving himself didn't do anything? Ben, I've always said, when everything started coming up about Chris, I felt it was self-unaliving and he was pushed to it. And I will remain that way. I believe between Susie and Big Toe JP pushed him that much further over the edge to make him feel that he wasn't worth a shit. He was worth more than that. Who was protecting him? That's the bad part. Who was protecting Chris? And everything that I've read and heard and seen of how wonderful and inspirational this man was through all these years of being a paraplegic. Until Susie stepped out. Then everything went down the fuck hill, and look where it got him. It's called a phone call, Adult Protective Services for the concern of a paraplegic. That was never done. It's called, hey, I've got pictures on how my brother's sitting. And they will go all over social media to the doctors and Adult Protective Services if you don't let me do something. Bet you Susie would have shut the fuck up then, wouldn't she? If you care about your damn family, you don't want them to unalive themselves. And God almighty, I want to know where all that fucking money went. The life insurance policy, what was it, 50 grand? Give or take? Plus just over 23,000 at GoFundMe. Why was there a GoFundMe when there was life insurance? What, you needed more? She knew there was life insurance. Why did she let Chris's sister start a GoFundMe page? Why? As Susie as the beneficiary. Yeah, for recently, Janie, not when Chris Skinner died. She got $50,000 in life insurance. Hey, Agatha, how you doing? Wendy. So, 50,000 plus $23,431. Where'd all that money go? Maybe she should have spent it on getting a toe reduction for JP. Hey, Trisha. Hey, Sophie. Now, wasn't Chris's beach chair donated to him, or did they have to pay for it? Hey, Dina. Donated. What was donated? Okay, the chair was donated. Okay. Now, they had a beach chair, but they wanted the new beach chair because it tilted to where he wouldn't have the bed sores. Aw, I know you do, Debbie C. Both chairs were bought with GoFundMes. Now, I heard there was somebody who loved Chris enough that one was donated. Hey, Allie. Thanks for the hurt me. There were 2 GoFundMes for a chair. Marty Smith, a friend from Radford University and now ESPN reporter, got in touch with some friends and they surprised me with a new beach wheelchair. You know, I don't know, Wendy. So, 2 GoFundMes, one for $33,000 and something, and the other one raised $8,151 for the second one that was donated to him. Was the money refunded? And how much did the first chair really cost? Hey, Misty. But at the end of the day, to me, they would be enough to question Susie and JP. And do them like they've done other ones that helped cause somebody to unalive themselves. Yeah, the van. But I got questions. Some people may think that I'm just rude. And why would you have that question? Maybe you shouldn't ask. Well, I'm that bitch, I want to ask. But see, Carla, on the death certificate, it was accidental, not self-unaliving. So she got the insurance money. Well, these were for the chair and the other stuff 6 to 9 years ago. No, you're not a bitch, Debbie. I was talking about myself, darling. So, if the certificate of passing gets changed to unaliving oneself, the insurance can go after Susie to give me back the money. Oh, you're welcome. But why wouldn't you want the actions of your sister-in-law and her pastor to be held accountable for his unaliving himself? I do too, Wendy. I don't know what she was arguing with him for, because Chris was already gone. He was already gone. Nobody can stay underwater that long and still be alive. I'm sorry, it just ain't gonna happen. Probably the DNR, who knows? That didn't exist. More than likely, Carly. I don't know. Who fucking knows? This is a woman that's screwing around with JP. I mean, just saying. Who sees anything in that man? Oh my God. Nobody's man parts is made of gold that much. Nope. Mm-mm. I would not sleep with that man with somebody else's hoo-ha. I'm just saying. No. You know, some people can cause people to hate people. But I don't hate people that damn bad that they would out that. No! Especially with them freaky ass mile long toes. Hey, sister wife. I love you too, Debbie C. Thank you, Callie. Don't play Trees Love in public. Well, maybe JP just don't have nothing down there, and that's the closest thing she's got to a BJ. I don't know. Make it make sense. Now, you know, in the beginning, I probably could have went along with the fact of manipulation, blah, 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 this and that and the other, but she continued to fuck him. And there is no excuse for that. Sorry, not sorry. And then, after your husband unalives himself, you continue to sleep with the man knowing he's married to another woman. Oh, Lord, love bug. Hey, Courtney. Oh, Lord. I don't think nobody's toes as long as JP's. Come on, they could have passed as a hand. Fingers. She said I do to his toe before it got to him. Why in the fuck would she say even I do to that stupid ass? Oh. Not JP long. No. Mm-mm. No, I don't buy it. Mm-mm. Right, sister wife? I don't even want to know. Oh, yeah, Dina. That's why I keep my hand out, because I don't want to spit my circus peanut out. Something must run in that family. Ain't no good neither, and it stinks. That family puts fucking fart spray to a good name, you know what I'm saying? It's one thing about deformed toes. It's another about mile-long toes, okay? But if, and I'm going to keep it as hypothetical, hypothetically, that family member, such as the sister, knew that Chris was wanting to unalive himself and allegedly already having a plan and allegedly doing a dry run of it, wouldn't they do anything for the man? Make it make sense. Make it make sense. No. In my opinion, no. Because, see, by that time, Susie was already checked out because she checked into the JP Motel at the 717 in Myrtle, you know, in Horry County, and decided she wanted whips and chains instead of a good man. No, no worries, Carla. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Mm-mm. Hey, to each your own. Susie could have got away from all that. And from what I understand, allegedly, Chris wanted Susie to leave the church. Right, Nancy? We're talking about Susie and Chris Skinner and how family and friends that knew that he wanted to unalive himself prior to unaliving himself and didn't do a fucking thing about it. Yep, 717. Knowing Susie and JP got stock in that building. Just saying. Right, Allie? Good night, Debbie C. I love you. Stay amazing, baby. Everybody say good night to Debbie C. for me, please. She is a very special, special person. Thank you. I love you, Debbie C. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Why wasn't... I can't get past the fact of what I heard and the questions I have for Chris. Love you, Debbie C. Wasn't Chris's life worth going out on a limb, putting yourself in the middle of bullshit to help save him? Alabama. Hey, Steph. Thank you, darling. How you doing? When you hear bits and pieces of interviews of friends and a sister and a mom that they knew he wanted to end it. What was done? Who loved Chris bad enough to put their ass on the line, to help him? Who? Who said, screw what they got to say, I'll go to fucking jail to help him? Just like I think there were people that knew what Micah was going through and was too scared to help her. Who am I bullying? I know, Courtney. I got another account. Tree Terry 1967, that's my main account. So if I get nannied here, I'll go over there. I am sick and tired of people not too early, not too early, just On the recap of, there was a lot of people that knew that Chris Skinner wanted to unalive himself before he tried to unalive himself, and he was being neglected, and therefore nobody done anything, so therefore he declined and unalived himself. Whew. You know what, Courtney? I don't care. I have questions. You want support, then I have questions. There's nothing wrong with asking questions, but it's concerning. Figure me out. I listened to actual phone interview or an in-person interview, bits and pieces of Popo interview out of the horse's mouth. Then what have I said that wasn't in that interview? I have a lot of questions, and probably a lot of supporters may have a lot of questions, and there's nothing wrong with wanting to know. What did anybody do to go beyond to help Chris? Yep, sure did, Case Face. Hey, Vicky. Yep. You know, it's hard to get through interviews with the Popo with all the beep going on in these damn recordings. How am I adding to it by having questions? Look, I'm not gonna try to be rude here, and you're gonna take it the way you take it, okay? When you are trying to figure out why people didn't bend over backwards to help him out, knowing that he wanted to unalive himself before he did it, it's a question. If you want people to support the fact that he deserves justice like everybody else does, why should it be conditional? If I got questions, why can't I ask? Well, I just got to wait until the family deems it necessary to come on social media, or Joe Blow down the street deems it necessary to come on social media to ask questions? And you do? Figure me out? If I have questions, what's the problem? Then maybe you could help better understand things instead of like, I tried last night, but nobody wanted to hear me. So I figured, well, I'll let it out tonight. I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you dislike me. I don't care if you block me. I got questions. I don't run on everybody else's schedule. If I'm showing support for Chris Skinner, what's the problem? Because I'll tell you real quick, I don't give a fuck what you think. I am sick of people saying you shouldn't this and you shouldn't that. You should wait till then and wait till here and wait till there. Well, they didn't wait for everybody to be around to tell them. I didn't say that I think I have... I'm to a point in my life that nobody's going to tell me, well, this is this, and this is this, and you feel this, and you feel that, and I should wait, and I shouldn't this, and I shouldn't that. I have questions. Since when should we wait till a certain time period? A lot of things was brought out on social media in front of everybody, so why should I privately go to somebody when I can ask them here? There's a lot of people that seen more than me. I'm going by what I've heard, not by Joe Blow down the street. Hey, Cocoa Puff. So why should it matter when I ask or when I'm curious to ask a question that I should wait? I'll put it out on video, but you want to talk to me in private, but you can't say it up in here for all of us to better understand what you know. But you can come in here and tell me I shouldn't be doing it this week because it's the anniversary of his passing. So why wouldn't people ask the hard questions to give the man the benefit that he should have had when he was alive? I don't care who I can trust. I don't trust hardly no damn body, girl. I'm going to tell you that now. So what's that got to do with me being wondering about stuff? Hey, Tim Willer. She refuses to answer those questions in the live last night. Okay. Bye. Don't come in here getting shitty with me because I will flack back. I'm not in a fucking mood for this shit. Don't come and tell me when I should talk about something. Hey, Amber. I ain't in the mood for that. I'm not. I know you don't. Evidently, you want to come in and tell me what to do, when to do it, how to do it because of somebody else that won't answer questions that brought it out in public. If you bring it out, you should answer. This is all for Chris Skinner. It ain't for me. It ain't for you. And it ain't for nobody else in this chat. It's for Chris Skinner. Because people should have fought for his ass back then. Sometimes people hear more than I hear of actual things. And if I say something that maybe they didn't hear, then they get caught up and vice versa. So what's the problem with talking about Chris Skinner and what he deserved? It's okay, Cocoa Puff. I'm sorry, you've had a bad day, darling. See, you don't go telling me when to do something. What am I not understanding? That I should give courtesy to everybody else. You say you want to say it privately, then you want to put out a video. Why couldn't you just say it in here? I agree, Celeste. So I'm supposed to stop what I'm wanting to talk about until you can talk to me privately about something you can't put here? I got questions. It ain't like I heard it months ago and I got questions today just in the event of this is his week of passing. Can't answer what the family and others did to help Chris. All I heard is they wanted to help. Susie said no, so they walked away. That's what I heard. But see, I wasn't trying to say all that. My question was, who went beyond to help him? That's what I asked. Chris Skinner. Family can take. Okay. Gotcha, Amber. That hasn't been truth. And on whose part? I don't like liars. I got questions. I just wanted, if someone knew the answer to it. Who went overboard to help Chris Skinner? And I don't see what that has to do with the week of his passing. Wouldn't you want to talk about him more? I heard that family and friends that knew before Chris Skinner took his own life, and I believe allegedly he took his own life, they already knew he had the ideation that he wanted to unalive himself. He had a plan. He even did a dry run, according to Dad. Well, it was out of her own mouth. They knew he was suicidal prior. And the only thing that she wanted done was death certificate to be changed to self-unaliving. And y'all do what y'all want to do when it comes to Susie getting in trouble for lying on a police report. No. I believe he unalived himself. I wanted to know where his care was. Because it's about him, not anybody else.
That's exactly it. And I just want to get up here and say this. Even the difference between Micah and Chris is that Chris was in a wheelchair. He was handicapped. That makes him a vulnerable population.
Right.
People who are in a vulnerable population are entitled to extra protections under the ADA. They require reporting no matter what when something like that is going on. The fact that he remained in that household, the fact that he remained in that situation means not enough was done. And I don't care if hell had to be frozen over to get him out of that house. That's what needed to happen. He was in an unsafe environment. He was being neglected. I'm sure he was being verbally abused, emotionally neglected. He was not being cared for the way he should have been. And as a nurse, I can tell you that I don't care what the family says and doesn't say. And if it hurts their feelings, he did not get removed from that house. And there are, like I said, there are extra protections for people who are vulnerable populations because they cannot care for themselves. They cannot do the care that it is required for themselves to maintain their daily lives. And that being said, he should have been removed. They should have been at We should have been hearing about this fight to get him out of that house, because it should have been as dramatic as it needed to be until something was done, or get care in the house or something. He was, quote unquote, seeing a counselor that was described as, was only told about from Susie, and was described as unlicensed. An unlicensed counselor, which is also different from a psychiatrist, and it's different from a therapist. A counselor is far below that, dealing with a man who is actively suicidal, making threats, who is actively making a plan that he is telling everyone about, living in a situation of neglect and abuse. Unlicensed counselor is not enough. That does not cut it. He needed to be followed by a therapist and a psychiatrist who is a doctor who will oversee these things. Not acceptable. Not acceptable that dad knew he did a test run the week before and he was still in that house. Not acceptable that every single person, why would every single person in that family
take exit
know
277 for US
that
61
he was
East, US
suicidal?
67 East.
And that's just the way it was. We're just accepting the status quo. It's not acceptable. And I don't care whose feelings it hurts, because I care about, in my mind as a nurse, I'm seeing a patient who was neglected and abused and not cared for, and that matters more than everything to me. And it's just, there's no excuse for it. And to truly be justice for Chris, and Chris alone, we have to recognize the missteps and the lack of attention that was given by multiple parties involved. And it's not right. It's not okay. And he would still be here today if something was done, because the reason that he was so depressed is that I'm sure he felt like a burden. I'm sure he was embarrassed. I mean, can you imagine being a totally able-bodied person and then losing all of your independence and your dignity in an accident, and now you have to rely on your family and the grace of other strangers or people you don't know, or people you do know, coming in and doing everything for you? The amount of dignity that you lose in a situation like that is already enough to lead you into a depression. But then being neglected by people, feeling like a burden by your own family, your wife, your loved ones.
In a quarter mile, take
They
exit
even said his neighbors refused to touch him. That will drive you into a depression that no one could ever understand unless you were going through it. And he needed help. And I will tell you firsthand that people who are actively suicidal, who have a plan and want to follow through, typically they will not tell you they're having those thoughts, because they don't want anyone to get in the way. But the fact that everyone around him knew the plan, and knew that he was having these ideas and these thoughts and these and all of these things, and talked about him talking about it so casually and so regularly, that to me is a cry for help. He wanted someone to care. He wanted someone to intervene, because it is not very common for someone who desperately wants this and is committed to it to tell anyone. They typically don't, because they don't want people to intervene. But what I hear is someone who was deeply depressed and suffering and in pain and neglected and going through mental emotional turmoil, and he just wanted someone to hear him crying for help, and nobody heard him. And that is what I will never be okay with. The fact that he was still in that house, never should have. He was begging for help, to mom, to sister, to his kids, to his dad, his friends, every single person that was interviewed that said, yeah, he talked about this all the time. Why do you think he did that? He did that because he wanted someone to advocate for him and to help him, and nobody did. And unless you don't get, if you don't get angry when you hear that, and you don't think that that is enough to drive us to look at every single person who didn't hear him, as evidenced by the fact that he remained in that house, that he didn't have a wound care nurse coming in, that he hadn't taken a shower in a year, which rightfully is also very common with someone who's very depressed. They stop with self-care. They don't want to take care of themselves. All of that is very textbook of someone with major depression. He was crying.
Out. If you know it all, then then tell it.
See
Stop
that
your shit.
and hear those cries for help and be willing to ask uncomfortable questions, and we aren't advocating for
No,
him.
Alabama.
And that's all I have to say. I'm going to Chick-fil-A. I love you guys.
Enjoy your Chick-fil-A K-Space, and I agree. Figure me out, look, honey. When I hear an interview with a family member's voice, their words, and I have questions, why is that a problem? Because
okay.
I'm thinking of Chris here. And the men's mentality, and and women don't truly understand the men's mental health is way different than women. Hey, Ann.
Hey. So I'd like to know, where did this person that was just on get their information? Okay, because I speak to the Skinner family. I'm their advocate. Okay, I'm not sure if anybody here knows that. And so, yes, Chris was depressed, but Chris had a medical professional wife who was supposed to be taking care of him. She is the one who neglected him. She is the one who left him without feeding him, without caring for him, rejected him, gave him his medication on the wrong times. Not his sister, not his mother. His sister has her own family, and the mother is not well. She hasn't been well for years, neither is the father. This is on Susie. Susie, that's it. Okay? And there's actual, laws that state that. Not only is she a medical professional, she is his caretaker. She walked into this marriage knowing exactly what condition Chris was in. And I'm sorry, but she is the one who said to Shonda, I wish he would die. Okay? We've got witnesses that talked about her saying that about Chris. And on top of that, and I'm not sure if anybody knows this comes right from the Skinner family. The mother did go over there and do his laundry. His sister did go over there and do shopping. They did make him food. They did go over there and take care of him during the day, even though they had lives and the mother's not well. So you got to get it from the horse's mouth. And I don't know who the hell that was just on, but they are so friggin' wrong, it's scary. Absolutely scary. And it's just got to stop. It's just got to stop. These people this is the fourth year anniversary is this week, starting Monday on Labor Day, obviously, all the way up to the 6th. Both parents are very badly ill ever since the interviews. Their health is absolutely declining and fast. Really bad, Tree. And to the point where this is very hard on Tamara. And this is why she's emotionally not able to even handle social media.
How come somebody knew he was suicidal?
He was upset. His wife is cheating on him. Anybody that's ever been cheated on is going to be upset, naturally. But if you go and look at the videos that he was doing with his son, just like Micah, he was fine. He was upset over his son, his wife. His wife is having an affair with the friggin' pastor. Who wouldn't be upset about that? Who wouldn't be humiliated by that? Who wouldn't be angry about that? Really?
The physical neglect should have been reported.
He was more than upset. That's true. But none of us spoke to him. I think we should take the word of the people who already gave their interviews, who spoke to him on the phone, who spoke to him on social media, who were actually in his life. Remember, this guy was a motivational speaker, okay? He was able to motivate other people while being paraplegic in a wheelchair. He also had a very strong relationship with Jesus Christ. He also had two 14-year-old kids that weren't even adults yet that he adored. So we really don't know what happened with Chris that day. We can only go by the fact that he went to the pool every day. We already know that. People that knew him said he did that. That was a norm for him, right? And the bald-headed guy let him in. I find that very convenient. He's going around the pool. Now, the only footage that we see is him sitting at the edge of that pool, or sitting near the edge of that pool, right? You know, we don't see the footage because the FOIA doesn't get fully, fulfilled by Myrtle Beach Police Department like usual. But they did see, the parents saw, Tamara saw, the footage going from inside the gate, going to the chest area, and then going around the pool. And believe it or not, that chair was jerking and jumping as if something was wrong with it. And the remote control was missing. It was always in the chair in a little Velcro pocket inside the wheelchair. And that day it was missing. So, the feds are involved. It's not like this case is going to go cold. They're actually looking. The chair has been located. It's not as if we're not going to get any answers. They're looking into both situations. Was it homicide, or was it that he self-unalived?
I feel he was pushed to self-unalive, and why wasn't physical neglect reported?
Well, that would be on Susie, right? Remember, she's the one who
For
said there was
anybody
no
who's
family
seen
area.
wouldn't it be if anybody that knew if he was physically neglected would report it?
Well, yeah, we could say that about the hospital. We could say that about the police department. We could say that about the pastor. We could say that about Susie. We could say that about anybody. But also, Chris had asked the family not to say anything. Chris was very protective over Susie.
Be nice, y'all.
I don't really care I really don't care.
Just be nice, y'all. Just like I said before, I had questions. Why wasn't it reported, even by people who seen he was allegedly physically neglected, or people knew he wanted to unalive himself, but everything was just quiet, in my opinion, from what I've seen. And that he suffered. He suffered. Ultimately at the hands of his selfish ass bitch wife. So many people knew and was just felt hopeless and didn't do anything, and here we are.
Nan, you really don't need to be judgmental about a family that's in the middle of grief right now. Honest to God, I can't stand that. To blame the family and not blame the wife who was with him every single day. I mean, what, are we going to blame his kids next? Enough already. Just give it a rest. This family is suffering right now, and the parents are barely able to handle what's going on. And then on top of that, reopening the case has just been rubbing salt in the wounds. They're getting attacked by flying monkeys, and now they're going to be judged by everybody looking for justice? Give me a break, man. Give me a break, because I've got people in my family that were depressed and ended it, and so what, I'm at fault?
No,
I ain't gonna take that.
That was my thing. I just had questions.
No, I understand that. The questions is one thing, but to sit there and go, I feel the families, and they're the ones that are they're the ones that failed him. Well, you know what? Everybody that knew him failed him then. And number two, it has not been confirmed that that's what happened. It is yet to be confirmed.
I just like I've said before, I feel he unalived himself and he was pushed to it because of Susie and JP.
Oh, yeah. Well, if that's the case and that's what happened, yeah, they absolutely did it. But the law states that she is responsible. She's responsible. Not his mom, not his dad, not his sister, not the neighbor, not anybody else. She is. Because she was his caretaker. And she was his spouse. That's the law. And she could be seeing 30 years if they can prove neglect and abuse. I'm
And
not either, Angie.
there's a lot of that.
Yeah. And I don't mean to come on here like a bull in a china cabinet, but when I'm looking at Tamara on a video call, her eyes are all swollen. They've been the whole family is going through a really hard time this week. You know why? Because it's the anniversary of his death. They're having a hard time with it.
And everything that I feel he suffered to the very end. Not only physically, but emotionally, and the pain that he had to go through. And women in general need to understand men's mental health, which we will never fully understand, just like they will never understand ours. But the depth of the men's mental health goes a lot deeper, and they can put on a game face. Especially when it comes to his kids. He's not going to sit there and show his kids.
Let's not pull a John Paul Miller here, because even though he was in the midst of being humiliated by his wife and pastor, who thought he was his friend, that day he made plans to see his family because it was Labor Day. Okay, like I said. And he planned on going to that pool area to play chess with somebody. Brought his dog with him. Even though he was depressed and he was having a hard time with what was going on in his personal life, he still had children and he still had family support. He still had a relationship with God, and he made plans. There was really not that many signs except for him saying, "I'm upset, my wife's cheating on me," and that he wanted to end his life. Just saying it a few times doesn't mean that he did it. We do, however, have a witness who heard John Paul Miller talk to him about remote controlling his chair. We do have, somebody coming out and saying that 2 weeks before he passes away, confronts John Paul. And we know what he's like when he's confronted. He don't like to be challenged. And he takes revenge on people. We can't rule anything out until everything has been looked into. Everything.
Now, didn't his son normally go to the pool with him?
Huh?
Didn't his son normally go to the pool with him in the morning?
Yeah, but that morning he did not go. He didn't wake his son. But remember, the bald-headed guy is standing at the gate at 8 o'clock in the morning helping him to get in. You don't find that to be a little suspicious on Labor Day? I mean, that's a little convenient. Why should the deputy coroner lie if there's nothing to hide? Exactly. Why not give me all the footage if there's nothing to hide?
Exactly.
And you know what, Tree? I got 5 photos in that FOIA dump, and it was of the chair. They took every friggin' angle except for where the pocket was that held the remote. How many suspicious things do you have to... It's like all these puzzle pieces of suspicion, and even if it were that Chris did this, we can't discount all these suspicious things. They've got to be answered. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Was it the bald man that came back with Susie that let him in, or was that a different guy?
No, same guy. Same guy. And I heard that him and Susie were fooling around. They even had a little fling.
See, the one thing that gets me is, why did Susie allow a GoFundMe when Chris had life insurance?
I have no idea why she would do that. We have no idea. But remember, the witness came out and said, I think this was post Chris passing, that she stood to make a lot of money. And that was because with an accident, you could get double indemnity. So let's just say, for example, if the original policy was $250, with an accident, she stood to get $500. And I'm just throwing out a number there. I'm not saying that's what it was. I'm just saying that would be the case. So that's why she wanted
I
it to
believe
be an
Susan
accident.
knew it was a self-unaliving. And she didn't want it that way because she wouldn't collect.
Right. Every policy for the first 2 years won't cover a self-unaliving. Right. Right. And the year before was when he had the physical, if you remember. His mom took him for the physical for the life insurance.
Plus the 23,000 or whatever it was on the other GoFundMe.
No, they're not going to do a physical for $50K. I did this for a living. They're not going to do a full that physical is very expensive, and so it's going to be a lot more than that, at least 6 figures. I don't either, Agatha. There's too many arrows pointing to a suspicious, like, foul play. Way too many. Like, for example, why give him his nighttime medication that morning? If Susie forgot to give him, and she admits it, if Susie forgot to give him his medication the night before, why would you give him his medication then in the morning? To make him sleepy? Why would you do that?
Was that in his system? Did they test his blood for that?
Well, absolutely not. They did nothing. They dropped the ball just like they did with Micah. Just like they did with Micah.
They couldn't connect it even if, because they have no fucking proof.
You know, I sometimes wonder, and I have no idea of the answer to this, so I'm with you guys on this one. If he's been cremated, ashes, I think, can be tested, if I'm not mistaken.
Was he cremated?
I have no idea. I could ask. But if that's the case, I think, I'm almost positive in this day and age, you can run a toxicology on ashes. But I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that.
I think that would be a big thing to, if it can be done, to be done.
Well, I would assume that the feds this is why it's taking so long, and I know it's very frustrating, but that I think they're, dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. I really do. And again, if it comes back that this is what happened and Chris made this decision, then we'll just have to move forward from there. But we have to rule out the possibility that someone else harmed him. That's important. Hey, Matt. But just simply blaming the family, it's just so mean-spirited. Please don't do that. Please, if you could see the condition the mom and dad are in right now.
I wasn't blaming family. I just had a
Not
question.
Not you. I'm not saying that's you. I'm talking to really everybody in the chat and whoever's listening, and it's really not legally. It's not even. They're not even liable. It's really Susie.
Well, I mean, everything that anybody says, Holly, is speculation and opinionated. It's alleged.
Yeah.
Because nobody has concrete proof either way.
Yeah. Well, all you got really in regards to the neglect and the abuse, for example, is all the conversations Chris had with other witnesses regarding it. He told friends and
Didn't a lot of his friends also know that he was contemplating or talking or speaking of unaliving himself?
He was very down. They don't pretty much. I don't remember them talking about that. I just remember them saying he was very depressed. But Tree, I've been cheated on, almost lost my marriage years ago, and I remember being very sad. And I remember the world looking very bleak, and who can you trust? You have those moments, and on top of that, he wasn't able to do the motivational speaking because we were in the midst of, the pandemic, which made him feel good, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But see, there's always another side. He had a friend of his that was trying to persuade him to start doing it on YouTube, like many other people did. They just started going to social media and doing what they're doing. So he did some videos. He has a channel, and he started to do videos where he was going to motivate people via social media.
I mean, I know I couldn't fathom the pain that he felt with the physical pain and the mental pain and not feeling like the provider man that he thought he should have been,
Yeah.
and father and provider and
But he
everything.
we're dealing with this 20 years. This is not like something that happened yesterday. He dealt with that 20 years ago, and he was motivating people for years in that condition. So I don't really know if that's all, the remote, I have no idea if the remote was found, but I can tell you this much, guys. Well, like I said, the remote was in a little pouch, like a pocket, that if you remember, he was left-handed, and the lever was on the left hand side. And so
Yeah.
inside the wheelchair is where, under where the arm was where it was located. And it was always there. Anybody that knew Chris knew that this is from the family now, that remote was going to be there. And
It
on the
wasn't
day,
the auction, I don't think.
I don't remember and I have no idea, but I did hold up like a remote in front of the family and I said, did it look like this? And I have to tell you that it's very similar to what was in his hand. The bald guy. It looks just like it was in, yeah.
Oh, I remember that you talking about that. Um,
Almost like a medium-sized TV remote in black kind of remote. Yeah.
yeah, that one had some kind of string on it though.
Yeah. Yeah, there was something hanging. Yeah.
Now
So
you know where the chair went, right?
I don't know exactly where the chair went, but I just know it's been located, and I know it was donated right after he passed away.
Now, remember those pictures I sent you with him in his chair that
Mm-hmm.
had the left side visible?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Was the pouch on that side for the
Yeah.
remote?
Yeah.
On the outside or the inside?
Inside. Yeah. I know this is a very difficult. This is, I think, harder than Micah, because we were able to follow her from her apartment. If we believe that's the way she went to the pawn shop, to the gas station. So we knew she had to work that day. We saw her in her uniform. So there was some sort of, path we were able to follow her in. We could see her. We could see her face. We could see her listening to Dr. Cloud. There was all these things. But with Chris, we just automatically start watching the video, and he's right there near the edge. And it's like, okay, how did he get there? What's the expression on his face? So I know there's a lot of questions, but maybe it's just best that we all just focus on the circumstances surrounding his death. There's so many other interviews that we could go over from all the friends and everything. But right now, if it's at all possible, maybe we could just leave the Skinner family alone for a little bit and let them get over what they're going through. The parents and maybe even Tamara. You know what I mean? Because they are really having a rough time. A really bad time.
No, I don't think so, Green Valley. I don't even know who that guy is.
Are you talking about the guy from at the gate?
Yeah.
Nobody knows, I don't think, who he is. But I think he's riding a bike out of the gate area. When the ambulance is there and the fire department's there, you see somebody biking out of the gate area, and I think that's him.
I thought that was suspicious in and of itself.
Oh, that's totally suspicious. It's almost as if he was taking a picture to confirm, okay, it's done. Yes, Warrior.
Yeah, that petition needs to be signed by everybody.
He is an insurance broker, Agatha, that's true. The bald-headed guy.
Hey, Jackson.
Hey, Terry.
Hey, Greta.
I I know last night, I will admit I had lots of questions. I think you hear things and there's an initial reaction. But I also know if you've ever had family or friends that have gone something like this through something like this with an adult kid, there's a choice that has to be made. You pull the trigger and you report it, and at that point, you're going to lose all contact with them, with the grandkids, because they can say, don't come back. Whereas at least you'll have access to them to know
Yeah,
that you can still be in their life and kind of know how things are going and be there for them. Because had they have done that, they wouldn't have been allowed back at the house. You know that? I know that. I am sure his significant other would have forbidden that. And I think sometimes we forget families have to make choices based on the circumstances that they're facing at the time. And I can't imagine as a mom being cut off from my child like that. Because at the end of the day, he was clear minded. Yes, he was vulnerable, but he was clear minded. And he did defend Susie. And
How is he cut off from his mom?
no, I'm saying had they have reported that,
so they
had they
made a
have,
choice not to advocate and get the extra help in fear that they would have to lose contact with the kids and him.
No,
For
I just think that I think we're exaggerating here because the family has said that he did express to all of them that he was very down. He did make
okay,
comments about wanting to harm himself, true, but I think it was so against his nature, it was so against his character that it was hard to believe that he would do it. And
that makes sense as
you know what
well.
I mean? And so we got to be in that position,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, to be able to see and think about it. If you ever seen him on a video, it does not look like it's part of his character or his nature to do. He's overcome so much throughout the years that this just seemed like something else he'd be able to overcome. You know, he was just in pain. And who's to say that John Paul and Susie didn't take advantage of knowing he was in pain? You know, so again, we have to rule out
Hmm.
did somebody harm him?
Yes. No, I'm just saying, with the question of why they didn't contact anybody and unfortunately, in situations where you're talking about family contacting when it has to do with an adult, like it may cut all access to him, is all I'm saying.
Well, see, now
And
Nancy in the chat just said, that's what I said when my husband took his life. So it's, you don't believe that the person's going to do it because it's so out of their
mhm,
character, you know?
it's kind of like a self-denial thought.
Yeah, and it's, you don't see it happening until it's already happened, unfortunately.
But what about the physical neglect?
Well, remember, he almost passed away. I think it was in 2020. And yet he still stayed with her. He still trusted her, even in the aftermath. That's why they ended up getting that chair where he stood up in it. And if you remember, he would stand up in the chair. He had that. That was the chair that was by the pool that he was in. He was able to stand up.
He
So,
practiced.
yeah, he didn't. I don't think he blamed Susie for anything. We don't know. We can only go by the conversations of the people that did speak to him throughout that year. And all those truth strips, by the way, are not gone. They're all on my YT channel. They're still there. You guys can grab them if you want from there. So if you need to, hear something or listen to an interview, it's all out there. But you know what, Dragonfly, that is true. And I'm almost positive that it was expressed, Chris had expressed, that he believed Susie was being weak-minded and John Paul was, messing with her, fooling her. It's obvious that she's weak-minded. And if you remember, the deputy coroner herself even says she's being controlled by John Paul. She admits that.
I don't know. I think I'd have a hard time trusting Susie after an ordeal like that. I don't care how much of a church God-fearing man you are. Wouldn't it be along the same lines of fear, because he relies on somebody to care for him, so why not make them feel important to him, to try to show that trust?
Well, that's where the abuse comes in, because from what I've heard, she has one hell of a temper. And here's this man in a chair who really can't fight for himself. You know what I mean? So he probably just tolerated it.
I mean, isn't that a sort of the same kind of event, even though it's different, that someone going through DV, because in a way, it was abuse.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it was abuse. And what have we all preached about DV survivors and the ones who didn't? The fear. How many times you stay? How many times you go back? How many times you try to give that part of you to someone? And with as vulnerable as he was, as down as he was, the man's mentality of being that head of household statue, and to be deemed to feel like he wasn't nothing but a pile of poop because of Susie and JP, and all he did was wither away mentally and physically.
Right, but this is all speculative. It's not based on anything except a few comments he's made to the people that were closest to him during a time where he's being cheated on. And again, anybody that's been married to somebody for a long period of time, and you find out your spouse is cheating on you, you will make those same claims. I did, and I'm still here. I know of people that have, and they're still here. So it's not always in the chair. It cannot be used as a reason because he met Susie in the chair. He's been dealing with this since he's 20. So it's not like he got depressed over being in this chair. He turned around and chose to use it for good by inspiring and motivating other people while in that chair. It takes a very strong character and to be very strong psychologically to do that. Most of us would give up. Most of us would have self-pity. Chris didn't have that. So, his family says he was very angry. That's also another emotion he was feeling, especially at John Paul Miller. He was humiliated, felt betrayed. So every one of these emotions are valid, but it still does not prove that he did this to himself.
Hey, Harry, I just feel, and I've always put it as I believe, which I don't have to convince other people what I believe, but I truly believe he was pushed to unalive himself.
That's what I'm saying. It's good that it's been reopened. Obviously, the Myrtle Beach Police Department failed again to do their job, but that's okay. We never expected them to do it anyway. The feds have it. The feds are all over it. And that, we should be happy about that. We really should. Because they will get to the bottom of it. You know, whatever it is that happened on that day, they have the resources to find the truth much better than we can. That's all. No, it was not an accident.
Right,
We can
Sarah.
absolutely
I
agree with
agree.
that. Yes, that's absolutely right. And remember, when Susie was trying to convince them that it was an accident, it was a lie because she had claimed, oh, the wheel was so close to the edge, the chair fell in. We all saw that video and we know that's not true. We have been, Michelle. That's the online protest. You know, remember, Chris's name is on that online protest.
Hmm.
And they get tagged every day. They wake up in the morning and they check their social media and they're like, oh, dear God, that woman's on here again. You know, every day they see the names Micah Miller and Chris Skinner every morning.
Yeah, definitely not an accident. I can agree with that 100%. But you know, you can take the strongest person, even as strong as Chris Skinner was, with his disability and used it for the greater good, can also be pushed mentally backwards enough to even have the contemplation of unaliving himself, being that depressed over the woman I married and loved is now doing this and this and this, and what is it doing to the kids? You know, he had to know the kids knew.
Well, I said the biggest thing he was really, and this is again from the family, the people that were around him, said that his biggest concern was him being a burden. And so if anything drove him to do this to himself, that was it. That she made him feel like he was a burden. And that is so mean and so wicked and so evil. Yes, Jesse, thank you. Please, thank you for saying that. Please let them grieve in peace. So, like I said, I know we all have a heart for finding the truth and justice and digging and investigating and even getting together and talking about it. And that's all wonderful stuff because it stops the case from going cold, and that's horrible, right? But I'm doing this for the Skinner's sake, as their advocate. I'm just asking that maybe we could just start investigating everything else other than the parents or Tamara, because it's really not relevant. It's really not relevant. We could just look into the circumstances surrounding what happened to him that day. And the other interviews are also available. And just let the family take a breather. They need to take a breather. You know.
Well, it wasn't going after the
No, no,
family.
not you. Not. It's just general, Tree. That's all. It's just a general comment.
Yeah, it was just, you know, there's so many questions, and you know, the scenarios. It's kind of like with Micah. Everything is just so many questions, so many scenarios, and so many what ifs, so many what about this and what about that, and at the end of the
Well,
day, on how much that man suffered before he died.
Janie makes a good point. So yes, he tells everybody he's gonna meet somebody to play chess. He even says it to the man who opens the gate, and that ends up on the police report, right, Janie? And I would assume you're right. He did not wake up his son that morning because he's not going to bring his son to the pool to meet with John Paul Miller. So I gotta agree with you.
To meet with who?
John Paul. If he's meeting John Paul to play chess, he's not going to bring his son. Okay, Michelle.
Now, Matthew stated that he had a talk with his son the day before and then didn't wake him up that morning on purpose.
Right, and so what Janie's saying is it's most likely that if he was meeting JP to play chess with, that would be why. He's not going to bring his son with him.
Is that what the speculation is? That
Well,
JP is playing
it's
chess?
part of all the speculation. Everything's a speculation. Nobody's really got any facts. We can only go by what the half-assed FOIA that they give us, and what we could see on the video, and what we're able to get from the truth drips. I think the truth drips are probably the most evidence we're really able to get. The people that were interviewed, especially that witness that came forward after they closed the case, if you remember, that was the one who was there for that conversation about the remote control. No problem, Sheila. Did you hear that one? Did you hear that interview? Great.
Not all of it, no.
You may want to have a strong drink when you listen to it.
And which
Because
one is it? The interview with?
it's I think number it's either 18, 19, 20, 21, or 22. It's like the last 4 or 5. I can't remember exactly which one. I could share it with you. I could send it to you if you like. How about if I
Oh,
do
that would be
that?
great.
Okay. And
I'm trying to play catch up because, like I said,
yeah,
life has just really screwed with me in the last 6 months. So,
yeah.
some stuff I've been able to try to catch up on and get bits and pieces of in the back end of it because I'm go, 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 with dad, doctor's appointments, and this and that and the other, trying to catch up here. It's just a hot mess. But
And it's going to be in my video, so if you want to cut it out, that's fine. It's totally fine with me.
no, you're fine. Yeah, if you could send it to me, that'd be great.
Yeah, I will. And when you hear what this witness says, because they firsthand were in the garage with John Paul and Chris, and heard John Paul, it was almost as if he was insisting on remote controlling that chair. And she said she got chills listening to John Paul say that. I'll share it with you. I'll send it to you on Facebook Messenger. Okay.
Okay, that'd be great.
Sorry, I said FB. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Michelle, do me a favor. Can you just pop in on the Bookface Messenger and go hi, it's me, and send it to me too? It just makes it easier for me.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions, and that was the whole point of when you sit back and think what he went through and, the extra physical pain he felt from the neglect on top of the pain he had already felt before neglect.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course, being a guy, and right, his ego, or not ego, I'm sorry, his self-esteem, and it's going to hurt if he's thinking he's a burden. So I can agree with that. I don't have blinders on where I'm like, no, it's got to be the remote control. No. I'm open to the possibility. But be comforted in knowing that no matter how it turns out, she is going to pay.
I hope so.
That's what I'll see. You know what? I'm even going to send you that information as well
Okay.
about that South Carolina code and what it says about a caretaker neglecting and abusing a vulnerable adult to the point of them passing away, including self-unaliving, and it's up to 30 years in prison.
Oh, wow.
And then you can share it with everybody here and, let them know. All right, so I'll send that to you now.
I appreciate it, Ann.
No, don't worry. I just want to make sure we get truth out there, and anything we're not aware of, let's just admit the fact that we're not aware of it. It just hasn't been proven yet. And we can't blame the family. You just don't know. When you're looking at your loved one and they're saying stuff like that, and it's so out of their character, it's not like what's going to happen. You don't have a crystal ball. You don't know what's going to happen in the future. So it's just kind of mean spirited, especially during this time, to blame the family. You know what I mean?
Yeah, figuring me out was like, well, the way she was wording things, I was like, I was even telling her, I was like, I've just got questions.
No, it wasn't.
There's so much that I've got questions. And she was just
Yeah.
like, well, this, well, that, and being abrupt. And I'm like, whoa, hold on, horsey. And it provoked a lot of stuff in the chat.
Yeah. Well, let me fix
that was
what's going on in the
unnecessary.
chat. Let me fix what's going on in the chat right now, and then I'm going to go.
Okay.
Well, a lot of people had questions on why Chris did not bring his son with him that morning, because he normally did. There were times where he would bring his son with him, and he purposely didn't wake his son up that morning. And so once again, we can speculate that since he was meeting somebody to play chess, and he says that, he says, I'm meeting somebody to play chess. Who else is going to do that? Who else is he going to meet to play chess?
But I
We
also
all
have the other mind to think that maybe it was just a cover-up excuse. So
it could be a cover-up excuse or whatnot, and we could also speculate that too. But if it happens to be John Paul, if it was going to be him, he's not going to bring his son. If he was going to harm himself, he's not going to bring his son.
No.
So there's all these reasons on why you wouldn't bring him. But no, it has not been confirmed that it was Jean Paul. As much as I'd love to blame him, no, it's not been confirmed. So, yeah, we don't know, but we have to just have a little bit of faith in knowing that the feds will figure out. Remember this, okay, and maybe this will comfort you. If that chair was controlled remotely, and the chair was donated shortly after Chris passed away, so that means the chair was working. That also means that the feds can retrieve data from that chair.
Exactly.
So we just have to have faith in that. I agree, Brenda. I totally agree. I really do. I see your point. I really do. All right, so guys, I'm going to go. I'm going to thank you for letting me barge in like an animal. And I'll send you that stuff right now. So if you're up for a while, you can cover it with them. Okay?
Perfect. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you for letting me in.
No biggie. Anytime.
All right. Love you guys. See you later. Bye.
Like I said, I got questions. And, one person makes a comment, and now everything started. When are people going to learn that people feel differently? Or to listen to somebody's words? I have questions. It wasn't putting nobody down. It wasn't pinpointing anything. So why would one person want to tell me, not this week? I was not in Casey's live last night. That too. Elsie. Yeah. See, a lot of people's got to understand something. My late husband had a very severe, no fix mental problem. I know that aspect of it. I lived it. And the mentality of a male on that side of things. I lived it. I seen it. You could take the best, most positive person in the world and you can still break them down to feel like nothing. And sometimes the mental illness my late husband had is way different, yes. But the mentality he had of feeling worthless. Not the provider, not the father, not the this and not the that. It's all the same. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen that. I don't know what happened in Casey's life. Yeah, I remember you saying that before, Matthew. They're still interviewing people. Yeah, some may never be answered, but doesn't mean we can't ask. I mean, to have questions, it's not showing disrespect. It to me. Especially when I'm trying to play catch up with things. And the more we can talk about where he was and where he ended up mentally, plays a big role when it comes to DV. And you never know what man is out there who may need that extra something, something to help him better understand you don't have to go that far. So if anybody wants to mislead anyone, and I'm speculating, and saying we're going after family, that was wrong. We're all going to have our opinions, and we can agree to disagree. But don't start no shit. That's what I heard, Sunshine. Well, Michelle, that kind of sounds like tonight, huh? This is, how many people was gung-ho with Micah and then with Chris, and some back off, some way back, some don't put it out all the time because of bullshit people. Not from what I understand, Tie-Dye. From what I understand, Angie. I think it was sold or donated, one of the two. So the live was directed at the family? I don't know, I wasn't there though. I understand, Dilly. They have found the chair, okay. I understand, Michelle. I had questions. That's how all this started. I got questions. Oh, I didn't direct nothing at family, no. It was more about Chris's well-being. That's all it was. And if one person wants to blow it out of proportion and go tell everybody, I don't care. Maybe sometimes if things need to be asked and get answers from the person, well, okay, go ahead, Tamara. I was in your live last night and it was just so shoddy. I couldn't hear anything and it was all repeating. So after the fourth time coming in and out, I couldn't do it. We were just talking about how Chris suffered. And he shouldn't have. Thanks for the heart, me. I appreciate it. Okay. How you doing, Michelle? Thanks for the heart, me, hon. Now everybody can block over there then. It's all good. Have a good night, y'all. I'm going to stay right here. Hanging in, honey. Hanging in. You know, you got people on this app that wants to start a bunch of shit and go tattletale on people with not all the information. No. Figure Me Out decided she wanted to go tell everybody a bunch of shit, and I'm not going to deal with it. I'm not. To say that I have questions and to talk about how Chris suffered and talk shit about Susie and JP for figuring me out to come tell me what I should or should not be saying on a live? No. You're going to start shit, I want to give it back. I'm not going to sit here and go to somebody else's live because one person wants to go get everybody and start a bunch of shit. I'm not doing that. I'm not. She could have come up on this panel too and spoke her piece. I shouldn't have to end my live to go somewhere else. I'm not going to do that. So if everybody wants to go over there, that's fine. I don't care. I'm not in for somebody coming in starting fucking shit, and here we are. I'm not going to do it. Hey, hubby.
What up, wifey?
So if everybody wants to crawl on over there, go right ahead. I'm not ending my live.
I ended my live on YouTube so I can come show some support because that's what people do. Sorry.
I mean, I would welcome her with open arms to come up on panel if that's what she wanted. But I'm not going to end my live because somebody wanted to go and, oh my God, trees this and trees that. And here comes this person and that person. And all of a sudden, I got like 100 people in here. And people going back and forth in the comments. That's not respecting me in my life.
What the fuck did I miss?
Exactly, sister wife. Some I do, most I do. But I'm not going to end my live because no.
Well, that's exactly why I said what I said earlier.
No, I didn't say Chris would still be here if they intervened. Please don't put words in my mouth. Sorry. Go ahead.
You're good. You know, when I made the comment earlier, we had 98 people in this room at that time before it flooded well over 100, and at least 70 of them haven't been in here in months. Make it make sense.
How you doing, Marion?
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, so what the fuck did I miss?
A lot.
And if somebody's going to quote me, please do it properly. Because if anybody went back and told somebody what you just put in here, Jesse, is a lie. And I hate liars. I was saying I had questions when it come to Chris Skinner. That's all it was. Questions. Questions. And how much he suffered. Figure me out. Decided she wanted to start a bunch of shit. And I gave it back to her. Then I think she went and told every damn body, and here everybody come. If they want fucking drama and bullshit and they want to misquote people, then get the fuck out of my chat. I am not in the damn mood. Life fucking sucks. We all have to deal with it. And I don't have to comply to other people, especially when they want to misquote me and fucking spread lies and bullshit. This is why people get mad.
This is also why people quit doing cases like this, because of the dramatic effect. It's crazy.
And how many people quit coming to my live because I quit talking about either Micah or Chris or anybody else for that matter? Where is the true supporters? All most of these people are after is fucking drama-based bullshit. And I proved it tonight. Proved it.
Yep. Just like we talked before, motherfuckers will tell you one minute I support you in everything that you do. The moment you get off subject that is quote unquote their narrative, you talk about what you want to talk about, they never come back. Look how many people's done it to me too. It is bullshit.
Look how the numbers has dropped because
Yep.
Camera said, I'm going live on my panel, and everybody followed. Bye.
I start unfollowing people. Fuck them.
I'm not going to end my live like that. I am not here, throw something in front of me, and I follow like a fucking puppy dog.
Nope.
I ain't made that way. I don't care who I lose. Then there wasn't true fucking friends to start with or supporters.
Yeah, exactly. Bye.
Like
If you can't
Later.
come in and have a good night and a laid back night and listen to some music, shoot the shit, tell some dirty jokes or something like that, just to break the monotony of everything that's been going on for the last year and a fucking half, then maybe y'all need therapy. I so enjoyed it. I went to 18 people almost nightly from 200. And it's been fucking awesome. And then the one night I come on here and say, I got questions when it comes to poor Chris Skinner. And somebody wanted to start shit. Night one. Love you too, darling.
Yeah, it sure didn't take long, did it?
So anybody else want to go? Block me while the fuck you're at it, because it ain't like half of you motherfuckers has been here any other fucking night when I'm not talking about bullshit. When I'm not talking about a DV survivor or somebody who went through hell, or Micah or Chris Skinner or anybody else for that matter. I don't know how many nights we'd start off with music and talk about DV, but none of y'all cared. And all the folks that's already left, they didn't fucking give a shit neither. It's all about what they know and can translate it to somebody else, just like the person did in the comments, saying something I never said. That's how shit gets started. And maybe these people need to grow the fuck up and shut the fuck up. I've walked the shoes. I'm still here living it. Mike Ass not living it. Chris Skinner's not living it. And how many others aren't living because of it? And by God, if something I say helps somebody who is living through it get away from it, maybe be safer, then I'm going to do that. And whoever don't agree with it, fuck off.
Yep.
So you're going to see a side of me. You either going to hate me or respect me or fucking just tell me to fuck off. I don't care. I ain't here for popularity. I am not a true crime person. Micah touched my heart. Chris Skinner's touched my heart. And if people can't realize that, this life ain't made to appease what you want to hear.
And get out of corner.
You don't know. Half these people don't know what goes on in the background. What goes on away from this fucking app. You have no clue.
Nope.
Even just this group alone, how many people we have helped on the back end that y'all don't see.
And I've only been present for a little smidgen of it.
How many welfare checks we have called? You think we ain't called the Popo for a welfare check? We have. Did we do it on here? No. Because it doesn't need to be. That's what they call anonymous.
But that's the thing.
Markers.
I'm gonna say this too. Me and Tree's been friends quite a while. There's been ups, there's been downs, there's been fucking circles and squares, and we hide in corners and we fucking do all kind of shit. Okay.
Square
But
round hole.
Yeah. One thing Tree has never ever done is steered away from who she was.
Oh.
You motherfuckers that come in here, and I've sit there and watched y'all, and I've said something to Tree about it. I said something to Andrew about it. Just a girl, every one of them. Some of you motherfuckers, not saying all of y'all, but the ones that get pissed off, then I'm talking about you. Y'all come in here telling Tree, I support you, I support you. Okay? You support her. When she's talking about something else, it's not what you want to fucking hear. Why ain't you still in here supporting her? Why ain't you in here tapping the screen a little bit? Hey, stop by to check on you, see how you doing. You motherfuckers don't give a fuck. Only thing y'all give a fuck about is what can please you. None of us, including Tree, Andrea, just a girl, none of us are here to fucking please you. We're here to do facts and we're here to fucking help people. That's it. If you don't like it, go fuck yourself. End of story. I'm not gonna sit back and watch people do Tree that way, knowing that I've sitting here on video chat with this woman for hours, along with just a girl, Andrea now. We've been sitting here for fucking hours and hours on video chat, calling the popo to do welfare checks. Not only that, we talking to them on the phone to make sure they're okay. We're doing fucking video chats on Facebook, putting our personal shit out there just so we can make sure somebody else is okay. Where the fuck are y'all when something's going on with Tree? Something's going on with me, Andrea, just a girl. Where the fuck are you at? You're nowhere to be found. There is a handful of people that actually give a shit. Right. And that's the truth. And if you think that I'm talking about you, obviously that I am. If you got a problem, let me know. You can come up on her panel, whatever you got to fucking do and speak your mind. I don't give a shit, but I'm not going to sit back and watch people do Tree that way.
We're talking about the people who don't come and support Tree on a regular basis, or Cam, or just a girl. I don't give a shit about myself. But it's the people who aren't coming and checking on everyone, or says that they're the ones that they support all of them. And then where are you? We don't see you for days. We don't see you for weeks. We don't see you for months.
What's your phone
That's
number?
who we're talking about.
Well, you want my phone number? 336
Two?
336-762-3219.
Candy said I'm not the fucking one.
But in a prime example, and I'm not trying to bring up myself and Tree's live.
Yeah, Lily.
But I'm going to put this out as an example. There's been people comment, oh, Cam, I love you. I support you. I'm there for you. Been there since day one. Some of you motherfuckers said you've been there since day one. I don't even know who the fuck you are.
I can vouch for that because I've been right beside you for 5 years.
Yes. I can tell you the people that's been there since day one. I can tell you the people that have supported me, not with money, but with coming in the live, sharing the videos,
Right.
shit like that.
Thank you, Jenny.
I can tell you those people. And like what I'm doing now, on October the 1st, I'm not going to be on this app no more. I'm transferring everything over to YouTube. Everything. And how many people has actually went and followed on YouTube?
Where you out?
Yeah. Where the fuck y'all at?
Is it 70 something?
Yeah, I'm like 80 some now because I went live and got some random followers, but it's not about me. It's not about Tree. It's not about anybody up here. What it is about, if you say that you're gonna fucking do something, you support somebody for who the fuck they are, support them. I have come in this live with Tree, and Tree can vouch for this shit right now. Tree was talking about the Micah case. I got up in a box. I muted my fucking mic. I didn't say a word. All because I didn't know what was going on. And I'm not going to comment on something that I did not know what was going on. But I still showed my happy white ass in here and fucking supported her. Where's everybody else at when Tree needs them?
You
I've
know,
only missed a handful of days, and that was just because I didn't have service where I went. Otherwise, I'd be there.
you know, I'm going to say this now, and I truly believe this statement. And it's going to take proof for me not to believe this statement. Figure me out what caused all this shit, because I'm receiving word that Tamara is saying that we're judging her. I never said I judged her. I just said I had questions because so many people knew he was wanting to unalive himself. I had questions, legitimate. I didn't put nobody down. I wasn't throwing them under the bus. If anything, I threw Susie and JP under the bus. And Figure Me Out has caused every bit of this. Every bit of it. Because when Figure Me Out wasn't getting her way, here come Ann. So God only knows what she told Ann. Now God only knows what she told Tamara. And here we are.
No, you never said any of that. I've been here the whole time.
What she fails to realize is all the lives, whether we're host or somebody else is host, all the lives are recorded. It can be brought back up.
And I will post the whole motherfucker on YT. It ain't the first one I've posted, and it won't be the last.
Agreed.
Was more or less stressing the fact of how much Chris suffered before he died, mentally and physically.
Your whole point to this was, where was the advocacy for him? Where was the person to go and ask for help? That's literally all you said in a nutshell. You didn't say names. You didn't call anybody out.
Except for Susie and JP.
Well, right, but I mean that's a given.
And when Tamara made my comments, it was only to get everybody to leave here and go straight over there. That was rude, inconsiderate, and she may be the sister, and I'm going to say this, and if you hate me for saying it, I don't give a fuck. That doesn't give you an excuse to control something, or a person, or their life, or the people that's in it. Okay? Plain and simple. See, this is why I wanted to back off talking about any of this shit. Because of this shit. When are people going to grow the fuck up and stop telling people other shit and putting it in a way that is deceitful? This is why I'm beginning to hate people. And I know it goes against, and I'm going to hear it from the old Christians. Oh, God wouldn't want that. Well, you know what? Maybe you should talk to these motherfuckers about changing their damn way, and then maybe I won't hate them.
Yep.
What, do you want me to love somebody who treats people like shit, who lies, deceives, and manipulates? And that's exactly what she fucking did. And after the last 6 months I fucking had, don't fuck with me. Plain and simple. You don't know what goes on when people are not on this app. None of them. Whether they're true crime supporters, TV survivors, it doesn't fucking matter. You don't know what goes on off this app. And if you want to go believe somebody instead of come ask a fucking question to get an answer directly from the person who fucking said it to start with, then maybe you shouldn't be judging people.
Damn. Thank you. That was awesome.
And Kimberly, where you said I probably shouldn't say this, you're entitled to your opinion just as much as anybody else. And for me, I can't disagree with your statement, and that's just me personally.
Why couldn't Tamara come in here and say, did you say anything like blah, blah, blah? Or I heard this was said, blah, 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 and get it straight from me instead of coming in here disrespecting me as a human being. I'm going live on my own channel, not once, not twice, but 3 fucking times. That's why I finally announced it. She's going live, whoever wants to go, bye. Y'all want to follow the fucking stupid train? Because somebody wanted to start some shit. Then go. I don't need you here. I don't want you here. Peace out. I am not into playing fucking games like Figure Me Out fucking started. I'm not doing it.
Anytime you put a personal case, a personal situation out on a public platform, that opens the door for people to question and ask and, have their own opinions on it. It's a free given.
Yes, Candy. What's your question, darling?
We can have our own damn opinions. If we were all alike, it would be boring.
No shit, sure not. Thank you, Laura.
I don't know. If I had about 100 of me, boy, it'd be pretty fucking interesting.
I'll probably do
We
now,
couldn't
Candy.
keep up with. There ain't enough on earth to keep up with you, that many of you.
Right?
We do good to keep up with you.
That's the damn truth.
People need to understand what people have gone through in their personal life. Now, a lot of people know bits and pieces of what I lived through. And people also have seen where a lot of other people live through the same kind of circumstances, but they're no longer living. So if I want to speak about something that I lived and walked and lived to tell about it, I'm damn more than willing to do so. I know, I've seen the mental health when it comes to the aspect of not feeling good enough, respected, being the man of the house, or being the husband, or being the provider, or being this. I've seen what it does. And a lot of women don't fully understand a men's mental health, just like they don't understand ours. See, this is why men make the excuses. You're on the rag? Because they don't get it. And we don't get it.
Candy, I want to see that.
I had a rage room in my shed when I took a ball peen hammer and fucking busted the shelf or the table.
She made her own.
See, the thing of it is, one thing that I can vouch for, and so can Just a Girl Next Door, and I've watched both of them do it. I've watched both of them personally do it. You get a case, you got cases that come in. Holy shit, thank you. Fucking hey, man. Y'all want me to get naked or something? No, I'm just kidding. Fucking with you. Trying to make it.
You got a prenup, hubby. Don't go there.
Okay, y'all got to get permission from the wives. Sorry. No, but I have personally watched it with my own 2 eyes. A case come in that was so horrific that we spent hours, we spent days working on this case. And when it was done, what you guys don't see is I personally watched it my fucking self. I watched Tree breakdown. I watched Just a Girl breakdown. You guys don't see what happens on that backside. You guys see what we play here. You guys, that's all we show you. We show you what you need to see. If we were to sit here and post everything that we've done on the backside, some of y'all wouldn't even make it through the first couple videos. I can promise you that.
When you call for a welfare check,
Yeah.
and then you get blamed for swatting.
Yep.
But will it stop me from doing it? No. Has it stopped me from doing it? No. Have we been lied to and it wasn't DB? Yes. But we still went through as if it was. Until we knew it wasn't, they got our support.
Yep.
The one welfare check that we all was on, because I volunteered to make the call to the sheriff's department. Till 6 in the fucking morning, we waited to see if the man was okay.
And we started 10 o'clock the night before.
Because he went live and said he wanted to on a live with a pew pew. So we got off of social media and got on the phone. How many of you guys know people that can scroll TikTok and really get to see some of these folks that you come across, like Grampy? A lot of people don't know who Grampy is. Grampy is an older man that lost his wife, who went through depression and has got illnesses himself. Me and Just a Girl came across his live one night, and he was having a hard time breathing. And medical assistant training, you know, you learn a lot of shit, and you understand, and you can see that the man's chest is dipping. You know he's having a hard time breathing. Everybody was concerned. Nobody knew this. Nobody knew that. Me and her went through videos where he opened a package from a supporter to get his address and called the sheriff's department in his area. How many of y'all done that? That is Micah's case, Chris's case, and anybody else's. Who has taken their time out to do that, along with following a case or talking about it?
That was a hell of a screenshot to try to get his address.
I know it was. We did it, 4 or 5 times before. Hey, we got this number. Like, we got the next one. We got the,
Exactly.
the half of the street address, and we finally got it. And I called. Luckily, Grampy has a lot of supporters. There were 20 calls made that day or that night for Grampy. Over 20 calls of people who were true supporters and actually gave a shit. Y'all don't understand what some of us do off of social media. I've said from day one, I'm not true crime. You need to go to Steph Case Files or Ethan or blah, 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 blah. Go follow them. They're true crime. They're great at it. I'm not. Micah touched me because I lived it. I lived through the pew-pews being fired in my home and sharp objects flying through the house and going into cupboards and hammers coming this way and coffee cups and screwdrivers. I know what it feels like, but I live to tell it for a reason. And at the end of the day, my son was left with the decision that took my husband's life to save ours. That's a traumatic thing to live through, and to try to do CPR knowing you broke his rib and feeling guilty about it, and while he lay there knowing he was already gone. And if I can do something to help somebody else get through some shit, I'm going to do it my way.
You know, to add to the story of, you know, where that certain person claimed to be swatted, it took nearly 8 months, maybe a year later. He came into one of mine and Trey's live.
Yeah.
He got up on panel and he said, "Thank you."
Yeah.
And we never in a million years would have thought that we would have heard them words come out of his mouth. He said, I lost everything. He said, I lost my job, I lost my place, I hit rock bottom. He said, but I was able to come out of it. And that was the ultimate goal. He started getting the help he needed. He got off the alcohol and he turned his life around. Yeah, does he still struggle? Of course. You know, that's a hard road for anybody to have to ever go down.
Yep.
But you live for them thank yous at the end of the day when you was able to save somebody's life.
Oh, Candy, I love you. Don't worry about it, honey. Don't get too upset. People just need to hear the other side of things.
Exactly, Kimberly. Exactly. Thank you, Michelle.
There are so many good creators who cover true crime who are passionate enough to do it. When DV survivors grab the heart of what happened to Micah or Chris or anybody else for that matter, and they talk about it, and they research it, they spend days and hours and hours and hours and hours. They want justice just as bad because so many people understand. People who've never been through it, who's got a good marriage, who's been married for years and got somebody loyal in their life and this and that and the other, it's hard for them to comprehend what a DV survivor dealt with or goes through or don't live through. And when you have the compassion of that side and the willingness to help a DV survivor or help someone get out or to help them prepare to get out or give them anything that will give them some kind of light at the end of that tunnel, why couldn't you have the best of both worlds of people with true crime that gives you more in-depth information because, they look into it with FOIAs and everything else. And I'll say the DV side of it, the people who've gone through it, and to be a little bit more detailed about that part of it. That's the best of both worlds that you support in life. Not the drama, not the bullshit, not telling people, well, maybe you shouldn't this, and maybe you should wait, and maybe you should this, well, maybe you should mind your own business. I have nothing to do what I do. It's called scroll for a reason, not to go tell somebody to do something to dictate what you think they should be doing. You're all right, Candy. You're all right.
You know, that's the part of the reason we all on panels started doing this is to give somebody that safe outlet to be able to talk if he's going to help somebody that's currently going through it. You know, we all had the goal of trying to save at least one person, and we've done that over and over again. You know, in different aspects, whether it was DV, whether it was SA, helping them go through the motions of the grief of it. And, you know, when you get into a discussion like we attempted to have tonight, and then folks want to get sideways, it kind of takes you back of sorts because you wonder at certain points, is it even really worth it at the end of the day? And yeah, it is, but the mental strain that it takes, folks just have no clue.
Figure Me Out has caused a lot of shit tonight. I'm not going to go through what I know right now because it don't need to be. But if certain people can't come up in here and ask if something was done or said by me and what my intentions were, then fuck off. I'm going to be frank about it. I don't care who the fuck you are. I don't care if you're the president's wife. I don't care if you're the Pope. I don't give a shit. When someone causes a bunch of shit that they caused tonight, I ain't got no use for you. Aw, Rosalind, you're sweet.
You're a grown woman, Candy.
Yep, I can't tell nobody what to do, when to do it, how to do it, where to go, where to put it. It ain't my call. You're an adult. Just choose wisely. So if somebody wants to go in her own live and spout a bunch of shit because of what somebody told her, that's on her. Allegedly. Not saying it's true. It's okay. But if that is in fact what's going on, you didn't mess up nothing, K-Face. You didn't.
No, you were factual.
Figured me out, went to Ann, went to Tamara, and now Tamara's live and probably saying all kinds of crap because of her. I don't care.
Yep.
Yes, Michelle. Oh, Michelle, I do want to tell you something, honey. When it comes to Debbie C, she's very, very special, if you get my meaning. So when she gets persistent in the comments, just look past it, okay? Can you do that for me, honey? Yeah, I can. So Tamara come up in here and announced not once, not twice, but 3 damn times, I'm going live on my channel. Well, if you heard something that brought you back to TikTok, why couldn't you have asked me? Period. Why does everybody got to go to you? I don't have to follow the leader, and I don't kiss nobody's ass for nothing. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, that's the part that doesn't make sense. If she's
Uh-huh.
going to go and post a video, why can't she say it in here?
Yeah. I know you didn't know, honey. That's why I wanted to let you know, Michelle. The other night I wasn't reading the comments, and I was having my weakness, and you know everybody gets to that point, and it's all okay. Then you went and have people that come in through here and did what they fucking did, and went and told everybody whatever the hell they told them. Here we are, and it should be a good example for people. Maybe you need to shut up every once in a while and listen to somebody's words before you go spouting out the mouth at somebody else with words that was never said. Just like I was misquoted earlier. Somebody said that I said something in a certain way and I didn't. Period. That's how shit gets started.
And at the end of the day, you can download your live and put it out there, and they can see for themselves.
I never mentioned and said family and friends intervene. I just have questions. Because there's some things that's coming out that a lot of people knew he was in a vulnerable, I wanted to unalive myself state. I just had questions. And then I put down Susie and I put down JP. I named them. I talk shit about them all day long and twice on Sunday. I don't care. Hey, Grammy D.
Hey to everybody just coming in.
Hey, James.
Remy D, I've tried to follow you like 50 times.
Yeah, well, I have too.
Oh, okay.
He finally got me. It was really just a TikTok thing.
Be glad, Grammy, you missed a whole show.
Yeah, you did.
And you know, when K-Face was up on panel saying what she felt, and she she said, "So you know everything." Well, she never said she knew everything. I think she was saying how she felt of the neglect that he received, and he didn't deserve it. That's what I got from the emotions from her.
She was just trying to express from a medical professional, I think, side of things of how things should have been handled.
Everybody has their opinions.
Right.
Greta had hers, and knows more on a personal note or whatever, with her. And if Figure Me Out wants to go cause a bunch of shit, it's on her. Because when all that started with her, and she's like, well, so I guess you know everything. Well, I can only tell you privately, or I'll do a video. Well, why can't you just come up here and tell me? If you can do a video, hello, I just have questions. I mean, what is so wrong with that? It got turned into something it wasn't. It's all good, Case Face. Everybody's going to have their opinions, and if they have a bad opinion of me after this, I really don't give two rats shit. They don't live my life. They haven't walked my shoes. They haven't lived through what I went through. They don't have the questions. They don't have my mind. They don't have my emotions. Nor do they have my compassion.
But they won't be the first to hate us, guaranteed not the last. We've been hated by better.
Thank you, Mama 23. It's just I have questions. There's so much that I've missed because my life did get extremely, overly, oh my God, busy. Going here, doing this, doing that, trying to catch up house cleaning, trying to do the laundry, trying to do this, trying to cut the grass, trying to do something I like to do in between of all this. People don't understand what goes on off this app. And with all due respect, if Tamara could come in here and announce she was going live, she could have asked me a question and I would have answered it honestly. I had questions. I tried to get up on her panel last night and was ignored. And not only that, it was like shoddy. You could only hear every other word. Then it started repeating, and I went out, I went in, I restarted my phone. There was no TikTok update, and it still kept doing it. I left. I couldn't understand it.
Well, you even started when you started on the topic tonight, the first words out of your mouth was, I have questions. Then it was hypothetically,
Yep.
what if? And then again, you reiterated multiple times, I have questions.
Yeah.
Why is that an issue?
Exactly.
What is so different between me having questions and any other person in the comment saying in her live or Steph's live or Ann's live or anybody else's live to ask a question? There's a bunch of questions. The comments wasn't really being read last night. There was only people talking on panel and nobody was addressing people in the comments. You couldn't hear half of what she was saying. So many people saying lagging, lagging, repeating, lagging, lagging, repeating, lagging, lagging, repeating. There was no disrespect to his family. There was no, oh my God, they're awful people for whatever. There was none of that. It was all about the suffering that Chris had to go through before he passed. This is the week of his anniversary of passing. So why wouldn't we want to talk about him or the questions? There's been so many lives on this recently. So why wouldn't I have questions? So if I had questions and she could have come in and answered them because somebody had to go tell her a bunch of shit, that's on her, not me. She may be family to him, but that doesn't give her an excuse to disrespect another person. If she wants respect, you need to give it. Me neither, Alabama. Me neither.
I hate to bounce, but I'm going to pop out of here and I'm going to go play some Call of Duty for a little while.
Well, stay off the pole, honey.
Fuck that shit. We're going to get butt naked on that bitch and twerk.
Oh my Lord.
Who is the host? I'm the cookie.
But if y'all need anything, just let me know.
Okay, dokie. Thanks,
And
Cam.
everybody else that's in here, show some fucking respect and support Tree every now and then. Come in here, throw some likes, comments. 36 people in here. There should be 36 people talking. Even if you just say hey one time, that's it.
I don't ask for much. I like my tapas.
Exactly.
I ain't
All right,
here
y'all.
for any gifts and making the money. Have fun.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go and yeah, I'm not gonna say that on here and get banned, but yeah, I'll talk to y'all later.
Peace
All
out.
right.
Bye.
From Texas. What a night. What a night.
No kidding.
Chris Skinner's sister, from what I understand. Why? They can say whatever the hell they want to. If they want to be gossiping and telling bullshit and blaming people because of what somebody else says. That's on them. I don't care who she is. I got questions. That's all I said.
I
And she
find
can't
that
come in here and get answers from the person and wait. Go ahead.
sorry, Tree. I
No, you're
find
fine.
it
Go ahead, honey.
interesting that they call you a spy, yet they literally come into this live and say, "Hey, I'm going live." Not once, not twice, but 3 times. It was stated, and then some other folks said, "Hey, she's going live. Anybody want to come over there?" Okay, cool. No, nobody's holding anybody hostage here. Anybody that wants to go there knows where the door is. It's the same place you
And,
left when you walked through.
yep. And some of the comments, oh, I think that's a good idea. You know what I think's a good idea? If somebody comes and tells you something, then maybe you should get the truth from the person that they're blaming. So if they come and tell you something about me and my live, come and ask me. Don't sit here and come to my live announcing you're going live to talk shit about me behind my back. I'm not going to leave my live because you say so.
Who announced they were going live?
Tamara?
Tamara did. She said it 3 times.
She came in here and said it?
Yeah.
Yes, three times.
Wow, I missed that. My
She didn't
bad.
have the nerve to ask me a damn question on why she's going live.
Wow.
Tree even said, "Okay, go live." I mean, what
Only
like
thing I said is
she
I
was
got
here to get
questions and
permission?
stuff, and she didn't want to say anything. So if they want to talk behind my back, I don't need them here. None of them. I don't care who the fuck. You could be the Pope for all I give a shit right now.
I know that's right. Drama on this app is just
Mm-hmm.
a damn disaster.
Something about an owl.
We ain't the TikTok police. I know, Alabama, me too.
That's what I'm saying. I got 3 people to answer to, and 2 of them sitting over here on the shelf. So
He left.
Oh,
She
of
left what?
course.
Oh well, yeah. Yeah. I got some private message I had to answer real quick.
It's like you're in damn middle school.
no, because they even have a quit point.
Oh.
The worst game. Who stole my cookie?
Yep.
I've ever seen in my life.
Well, Tree can repost hers for everybody to see that she never named names. So,
No, I didn't,
Exactly.
except for Susie and JP.
right.
I'll throw them under the bus every day of the damn week. I don't give a shit.
You're right, Alabama.
Hey,
Well,
hey.
if people want to, hey, if they want to record, I don't give two rats fuck. I can post the whole damn live on
I
my
mean,
feed. I don't care.
right.
I ain't got nothing to hide. It ain't my fault that somebody wanted to start shit and Chris's sister wants to come in here and announce and disrespect my live. I'm going live. Why couldn't you ask me anything while you were here? Why do I got to come to your live?
God
Because
forbid you have an
people
adult
of mine.
conversation.
And if people want to follow some bullshit like that, then I don't need you here to start with. You're not true supporters. You're after drama and bullshit, and I proved it tonight. Any other night for the last how many months, we have had 12 to 23 people, maybe 30 at times here and there.
Yeah.
And then I talk about Chris and what he suffered, and I had questions. Look how many people come up in here, and look how many people fucking left as soon as Tamara come in here and announced she was going live because of another person wanted to go to everybody and run her damn mouth.
Tree always has open discussions. Always.
Personally, I'm kind of glad she came in and made the announcement because she took the dramatics out with her.
Well, true.
It's bull crap. This is what the world's coming to.
Yeah.
People wanting to start shit and then want to be up on a pedestal like they saved the day. You didn't save nothing. You started a bunch of shit that was unnecessary. And if she wants to believe, figure me out, then crawl up her ass. Take her with you because I'm done. I'm done. I got better things to fucking do than worry about somebody else's fucking feelings. Tell me you don't know. No, I don't know everything, but I got questions. But the thing about it is, Figure Me Out don't have all the fucking answers either, and she don't know everything, but she wants to sit here and tell people what to do, when to do it, and how to do it, and when. No. Hey, Harry. How you doing, honey?
Hell, the only two people that really truly know are off living their life, God willing, on their way to prison.
Right.
Nobody said it was his family's fault he was abused. Nobody said that. Nobody. That the sister or the mom or dad didn't have anything to do with him being abused. Nothing. But Susie was.
No, I wasn't, Debbie.
No, he's been in and out of the comments down here.
Hey, Red.
What's up, James?
How you doing, sis?
I'm here. I'm present.
Present.
What you been doing instead of working hard, Red?
Took the boys to therapy yesterday. I have to sit in carpool for like an hour and a half because the crazy parents get there at like 1 o'clock.
Good
I'm
Lord.
glad I did this tonight. I am so glad I did this tonight.
Me too.
It proves a lot of things,
Oh, for sure.
and it proves how people start drama, how
Yep.
people talk to it, how people deceive others instead of asking. And that's what angers me the most with her. Not Figure Me Out, but Tamara. You come in here to announce you're going live, but won't ask me if I said something. Because you came into, she has never been into my live, ever. How did she know to come here? Then she disrespects me by announcing she's going live. Why couldn't she have popped up on panel? I wasn't hiding anything.
I'm with you.
I lost a lot of respect for her. A lot of respect. And figure me out, I'll send the motherfucking pillow back. I don't give a fuck. Because that was wrong with what she did. That was very wrong. Why do you think so many people started coming in after Figure Me Out said all her shit?
Yeah.
That's even more disturbing, Debbie.
You treat people how you want to be treated. And I even said, she's more than, come on up. Thank you, Harry.
Right, Harry?
I don't need fake people. I don't. Everybody needs to understand people's life is not a joke. Micah's life is not a joke. Chris's life is not a joke. And the people behind what happened to them is not a joke. It's not a parade. It's real fucking life. These people suffered at the hand of another. And after all the lives that's been going on about Chris, about Micah, about Scott Spivey, or whoever, there's questions. People ask in the comments, did this, can that, would this. Does that constitute somebody getting disrespected over a question? Or somebody saying something on a hypothetical basis? But I bet Figure Me Out didn't tell her that. Or tell Ann that.
No, she doesn't.
Yeah, Kimberly.
Yep.
I'm not gonna play their game. They can. I got a box over here for them.
Oh, clock's given.
I'm not here to appease people. I'm not here to do it people's way. Just because somebody, oh, well, maybe you should wait, and maybe you should this, well, maybe you should go away then. Don't listen. And the very same person is in everybody else's live, listening, and probably having questioned themselves, and wants to misconstrue what was said in here to other people. And if other people cannot ask while they're here, sorry, not sorry, I don't say much for you either. I didn't deserve to be disrespected by her. I don't care whose sister she is. I don't. Because does any of these people know what I've been through in my life? Nope. Do they care? Nope. But when someone shows compassion for your family member and you allow another to manipulate what you are being told and think, and you roll with it, you're just as wrong as everybody else. Piss me off. Come in and say she's going to go fucking live not once, not twice, but 3 fucking times. Instead of saying, hey, did you say blah, blah, blah? Grow a set of boobies or something, because I am not in the mood for stupid. I didn't see her cause that much shit over in Ann's live. Of course, I didn't see all of Ann's live, but it didn't feel that way to me. And I missed Casey's live. I mean, how much shit does people got to spread before they finally shut the person up? Or before the person that wants to react to what that person said to get the full story before they react?
One thing about it is somebody failed discussion 101 class, and it definitely shows.
Yep, that's the damn truth.
Yeah.
You can't have a discussion without people and their opinions.
Do I feel the need to say, oh God, let me go make it right with her? No, I don't. And I won't. You know why? She didn't have the respect for me. Why should I give her respect? I had respect for her until now. But only because she lost a brother. But as on a human being nature, for a one-on-one, I don't have any. Because if they want to go over there and talk shit about people, and you know half them stupid people that went over there is going to agree with them, because they're going to manipulate the same way. Now, if Tamara would have sit for a minute and heard I said, hypothetically, talk shit about Susie and JP,
JP.
and I have questions. So if she wants to be a disrespectful person, and the way I feel, and get this straight now. So if anybody's going to quote me and go over there because you want to eavesdrop over here, quote me correctly. Don't misquote me like somebody did earlier in my comments. And I can pull every damn comment up from this live. Every one of them. I pulled comments off of one live. I had over 200 pages. Ask her, because I put it in our chat to save it. And it took forever for it to load.
I bet.
And it ain't going to be the last time I do it. Don't never misquote me. And if you're listening, I didn't disrespect her family. I did not blame her family. I said I had questions. And if anybody wants to go stick up for the right reasons, then you go tell them. You don't come back and forth. Well, they're saying this and they're saying that. Can't you come up here and say something? Fuck off, get out. Because you're being a child. I'm not going to leave my live because she announced she was going live. Somebody put a comment in earlier, said I said something a certain way and I didn't. Don't misquote me. Good way to piss me off. And I'll get bananaed in 2 seconds to tell your ass off too.
I've seen you do it.
And it literally took 2 seconds and I was banned.
You know, at the end of the day, in a circumstance like that, and this is solely my opinion, you know, and I've been in that position not once, not twice, but 3 times with my mom, my dad, and my ex-husband, to where I've had to make that call. I've had to get assistance from medical professionals because all 3 refused to do what they should have done willingly to get help. And instead of, you know, and my sister's floating around here somewhere, she can vouch for it. You know, we had to come together and make a decision on our parents' behalf because, you know, dad had dementia and he thought, which he didn't have the money he thought he had. In his mind, he was a millionaire, and that just wasn't so. He was a millionaire on a pauper's budget. But, we had to make that hard decision to put him in a nursing home because he didn't have the ability to care for himself. He didn't have the desire to care for himself, and we as children could not stand by and allow that to happen. With my ex-husband, I had to make that hard decision with him and my in-laws to forcefully get him help because again, he wasn't a willing participant. You have to make them hard decisions sometimes, and not being the popular person in the family, because like I said, black sheep of the family here, I piss people off on a regular. I'm good with that. You just have to make them calls for what's best for that person, and if people get offended by that, then that's a you problem. But I can go to bed at night knowing I did everything in my power I could.
That's James Grammy D.
I had to do the same thing just to grow when my mom was hospitalized last year. My dad and I, well, actually, I had to make decisions first because my dad wasn't even in the state. And I had to do it solely because she was kind of sound mind, but not completely. And it was rough. Like, she literally had a blood clot block her whole entire lower body. So something had to be done right then and there.
Yes, I hate to call, okay, Pink Mom. I don't want to call you user and prison numbers. It is a hard decision. It's a hard choice. And sometimes people are faced with losing contact with extended family members because they did something immediately. And this is my opinion. And if anybody wants to repeat it to somebody, then you tell them it was my opinion. Does it make it fact? My opinion is somebody who is contemplating or thinking about or planning to unalive themselves. That's not of right mind. That doesn't mean you're totally nuts and crazy and need to be put in a loony bin, but it's not of a right mind. And when you have health problems already that gives you pain every day, now you've got other health problems because of the neglect that you have received from said stupid bitch. Which is more fulfilling? To help somebody, or I don't want to lose contact? I understand not wanting to lose that contact with the extended family. I get it. But he suffered. This is what's in my mind. He suffered. Not only physically, but mentally. To sit there and contemplate. And how many people, now anybody watch these reality shows and, Live PD or even the videos on the YT. Anybody that comes across somebody that wants to self-unalive, they are involuntarily taken to the hospital on a 72-hour hold. Just for wanting and saying and stating they wanted to unalive themselves. Doesn't matter who your caregiver is. If you can prove that person said it, they have to take them for a hold. Period. I've watched it happen personally, in person. My brother's ex-girlfriend years ago stated she was going to drink some bleach and unalive herself. We called and they said either you're going to go willingly or we're going to cuff you and take you. Your choice. That's the only two choices you have. Well, his dad is not very, very well. Okay? That's why I didn't mention any names with that aspect. It was just questions. Figure me out, blew it all out of fucking proportion.
you rightfully had questions. I had similar questions. And, other people in the comments at the beginning of the live, they had questions of their own. That's what a discussion is all about, is discussing scenarios, discussing possibilities, discussing the who, what, why, when, and where, or how. It makes sense. I'm not sure, Debbie. But even still, if he's not well, I can understand that scenario. But I don't know. I've got my opinions on it, unpopular opinions, but I think more could have been done than what was done. Again, my opinion.
I agree with that opinion. I do too. I mean, I'm an advocate for my children. There are times that my children can't make decisions. Obviously, they're under 18, so they're not going to. But I'm the one that has to advocate for them because they damn sure can't do it themselves. Who else is going to do it?
There are people thinks, oh, somebody wants to report for unaliving issues. If that makes y'all happy, y'all keep reporting.
We got other accounts. Ain't the first time we've been.
Freaking, what was it?
People are childish. I got a violation
For the love of Jesus.
for
Ain't the first time.
unaliving thing. The thing about it is, when one person has caused all this drama, other people pay the price for one person's actions. And it causes other people to act in a way that they are superior over others because they're a family member of the person in which being talked about. That's no excuse to do what you did. None. I'm a human being. You're a human being. You come and ask me, I'll answer. Plain and simple. But if you're going to allow one person to come tell you something and not come and get another person's answer, then it's on you. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're the Pope. I don't care who you are. I do not go follow the leader like that. If you don't like what I'm talking about, they said swipe for a reason. You don't have to want.
They even gave you a block button.
Because Figure Me Out went and told her a bunch of shit. Then she come in here, made the announcement 3 fucking times in the comments. I'm going live on my channel. How did she know to ever come to my live? She didn't know me. She had never been to my live. Ever. Ever. Figure Me Out. She's the only common denominator in the whole damn thing. Because once people weren't listening to what she wanted to direct, here come everybody else. Then when she came in and announced she was going live, finally the 3rd time I said, fine, go live. You can come up on panel. I just had questions. And if anybody wants to follow, bye. Don't come back here. If you can't come and get it from the horse's mouth who's willing to put you on panel to ask me whatever you want to ask, then you're part of the problem. And just like I said, I don't care if it's his sister, his grandmother, his great-great-grandmother. I don't care. Because sympathy only gets you so far. You cannot bank on sympathy to get it in your way, shape, or form, especially when somebody's feeding you wrong information. Go get it. Go ask the question. Get it from the horse himself or herself. How many lives has transpired about Chris Skinner, about Micah, or Scott Spivey? How many? Why tonight And I heard shit hit the fan in Casey's live too. Don't know why. And I'm not going to believe everybody who tells me what's going on, not unless it's Casey herself. Go ask the question. Because, see, somebody can say blah, 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 blah about Casey. Hey, Casey, what happened last night? I heard it got real hot up in here. Generic. You ask. You get the answers. Cool. Nobody is overprivileged to go with a false narrative to blame people and talk bad about people like they're doing. Figure Me Out is not the queen of true crime. She is not the queen of all information. None of us are. The only ones that probably has all the information to prove a lot of shit is the alphabet people. We just have questions, concerns, and opinions, and so forth.
Hell, even we get it wrong at times.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the anniversary week for his passing. What's wrong with talking about him? What's wrong with saying how much he suffered before he passed? What's wrong with having questions? What's wrong with putting down Susie? What's wrong with putting down JP? Tell me, what's wrong with that? I'm not in the mood to be disrespected like that. I spoke hypothetical, my opinion. Why didn't you ask before when you came in instead of just announcing that you was going live? There was, 100 people in here then. And I welcomed you up. I don't know who come and told you what for you to come in here that you've never been. And then announce you're going live and disrespect me. When all I was talking about was how he suffered. And how much of a piece of shit Susie and JP was. I'll put my whole live on YT like I've done before. I don't care. But I'm not in the mood for being disrespected. I am a DV and SA survivor. I've been through hell. I know what people has gone through with certain aspects of life. And it bothers me how somebody suffered before their life ended. I invited you up earlier, and you decided not to. You disrespected me. You took my live and went elsewhere over hearsay. My mods can let you up. You can speak and do whatever you want. But I felt disrespected. And it pissed me off. All because one person wants to go around blabbing their damn mouth at people. Nobody was willing to ask me a question when they came in here announcing they was going to go live and talk about it. I'll let her up. I don't care. But I want people to know, don't disrespect me. I don't care who you are. You don't know me. You don't know my life. You don't know what I advocate for. And there's only one common denominator that was in my life that go around telling everybody everything. I do too. We've been advocating for Chris, for Micah, and other folks. I'm not a true crime creator. I'm a DV and SA survivor, and I fight for the people who has to live through the bullshit. That's what I do. That's what I have done. Because I've walked it, I lived through it, where some people didn't. There's only one common denominator who was in my live earlier on why you came here and other folks flocked. And then when you went live, took them all with you. Because you come in to announce you're going live and wanted everybody over there. I said a common denominator. I didn't say who. Not to you. Sometimes you need to ask a question before taking everything over to the narrative on that side when you could have asked me here. What girl blamed your family? She gave her opinion on why he had to lay and suffer, and nobody took the initiative to. She never mentioned your name or your mom or your dad. But why he had to sit there and suffer because he was being neglected by Susie. I told you, if you want to come up, come on up. Nobody was bashing your family.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, nobody was bashing your family.
Well, I guess we're going to have to agree to disagree on that one. But I will say this, Tree, I don't know you. And I never want to disrespect anybody I don't know. So if you feel that way, I do apologize for that. I want you to know it has been very hard on me the last few days, and that's nothing that, pertains to you per se. But it's been a lot. It's been too much. So I do see your point about me coming into your live, and I'm sure that was upsetting to you. And so, I do apologize for that. But I guess it was some girl who came in the live, and I mean, somebody sent me a recording of it, and she was talking about my family and about how we didn't report things and all this kind of stuff, and how that's just, it's not just Susie, it's the whole family. And listen, that's fine. Everybody can have their opinion, and I can't control people's opinions, right? And I'm not going to try to. But that interview that was played on that live the other night, or whatever, that was the very beginning piece of the interview. And there's been so much stuff since that, so much evidence, and nobody has the full scope. And so we're nitpicking an interview without full clarity. And then on top of that, with my brother's situation, nobody, look, I don't know, man. I just feel like my family's being judged, and nobody walked that journey. And what I want you to know is that my mother was over there with my brother every single day. And people are assuming that we didn't have conversations to advocate for him, but you guys are saying stuff about why we're mandatory reporters, why didn't we report it? But you guys you have no idea what we did. I mean, and how we stood up for Chris. But people are assuming the worst. And that's my opinion.
Well, I put it as questions, but at the end of the day, with it being my life and things that I've said, the questions that I have, and how much of a piece of crap that Susie and JP are, and how much he suffered before he died.
Oh, he sure did.
But to get, people, some of the comments, even one person came back from leaving to go to your live, came back and put in a quote that I said that was wrong. And I told that person, I never said those words. I would put things in a hypothetical mode. I didn't mention names except for Susie and JP. But considering it's my live and people going and wanting to start a bunch of drama, which they did, why couldn't they see fit to leave you the hell alone instead of bring you into it along with every God creation person, and then I get disrespected at the end of the day
Mhm. I can't speak for others because I don't know why people do what they do. All I can speak for is this, is I loved my brother. My parents loved my brother. His children are grieving. We're all grieving immensely. And it's really hard when we hear strangers, even though, part of me just needs to get off of TikTok because, listen, you hear strangers saying all sorts of stuff, and unfortunately sometimes people get it wrong, and then they spread it, kind of spreads like cancer. It just spreads, and it doesn't and it's just harmful to the family. And you guys got to understand, this is also his fourth year anniversary. And I know Ann already came up here and all this, but you know and I know y'all don't want to hear this probably, but my mom is having a really difficult time right now, and that's not a joke. And
We know.
and I'm trying to protect my family, and I'm trying to just like get through this. And but what's hard is I don't like, look, if y'all want to go listen to all the interviews and do whatever, feel free to do that. But what's hard is when it's chosen on the week of his anniversary of death. And then when you hear a live, which Tree, I heard you say you weren't a part of that live, but when you hear a live literally going after my mom and me, and it's just like, you guys have no idea. We've lost somebody very precious to us, somebody that was vulnerable, like you said, somebody who was struggling. We had to walk that journey. Nobody knows all the advocacy we were doing. And then we had to find out that he was in the bottom of a community pool in 2021 after we advocated so much for him to not be in the bottom of that pool. So we're very angry with the situation. And so a lot of times when people are talking, they're not realizing all the pain that we went through on the actual 2021, and all the stuff and all the shock and all the pain that came with that time frame. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and the one thing that, and this is the scenario,
Uh-huh.
I knew, because even after Micah, how my lives grew to so many. My life got busy, even though I do stuff in the background. See, people don't know what happens when we're not on this app, as helping somebody with DV, welfare checks, whatever the case may be that we have all done.
Mm-hmm.
But in the midst of all that, we take the time to do so amongst the busy life that we have. So I had a lot of lives that would play music, joke around, everyday life, take things as they come into the comments. My lives went from 80 to 200 down to 18. And that shows you how many people love drama. Tonight, because it is the week to remember him, I decided to speak about how he suffered and everything I've read that was wonderful about him, how a men's mental health is way different than a lot of women think and anticipate, because I lived it with my late husband.
Mm-hmm.
And the first day, the first night I hold alive, it grows immensely and drama started. This is what people need to see. They need to learn. And if you can't have enough respect for others, that if you can't quote people right, then maybe you need to shut up. Because all this gets out of hand. People get disrespected because people wants to believe one or two folks about some other folks, and then private conversations happen and other lives happen. And I'm not going to leave my life to go somewhere else for more drama. Because I told Figure Me Out, stop. I said I had questions, and Chris was treated like crap by Susie, and this and that and the other. And if it was other people in the chat, don't bring it here.
Well, I do want to say that person that you're mentioning didn't contact me. So I just wanted to clarify that. And that's truth. Like, she did not contact me. Um,
Well, she
I,
claimed
I,
to know it
I,
all. So
I will say, because I see some things going on in your chat, I just want to say I was contacted all last night. I mean, till probably 4 in the morning. People sending me screenshots of stuff that's being said behind my back. I mean, it was just a drama filled night, and I'm done with it too, like you said. And so that's kind of why um I redirected to my side because I'm just really just tired of it. And I just want to be able to grieve my brother. And I would like, I can't control what you guys are going to talk about. You guys can say whatever you want, about Chris and your thoughts. But I will say, it is hurtful. I just want everybody to hear this, and I hope you don't mind. It's hurtful. It's hurtful to hear narratives being twisted, and I'm not saying Tree, you did that because I didn't hear enough of your life, but it's hard to see things twisted and like, all of a sudden now, like, listen, I've been speaking out since February of 2025. Nobody, and people have heard this audio for months now. I mean, this audio has been out for months and nobody has twisted it in the way that it was twisted on that live the other day. But it's hurtful to my family because it's almost an assumption that my family just sat around and watched Chris be abused and we did nothing. And it is not true. And I just want to say that as a family member, it is not true. I know it appears by hearing that one little audio, but you guys can understand that is a one audio blip out of a whole lifetime, like a whole life. So you guys are listening to a police interview. By the way, that's a poorly done police interview. Don't forget that. They did not do their jobs. It was horrible. And again, people, what I want to say is I did at that time, and everybody that knows me, and I also in my Facebook live, I've said it multiple times. I did think at one point that my brother did it intentionally because of the actions of others. I felt like, but my focus has always been on what happened to cause my brother to do what he did, right? But what happened was I went into that interview. That's what I was convinced of. But then later, after the interview concluded and the Myrtle Beach police chose to close the case, more witnesses came forward and there's been way more information. And what people aren't seeing is that there is way more conversations between me and the police and the coroner and more information provided. And this is information that none of it got in the FOIA. So you guys did not get it in your FOIA. And I have it. And that was the stuff that I was going to start putting out in my truth drips. But unfortunately, I don't feel comfortable doing that anymore because people are feels like picking apart everything that is said and done. But there's way, way more to the story. And that's why Anne the other night was so upset that I detached everything and shut everything down, because she was like waiting for my second phase of my truth drips. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I was in the end part of Anne's live the other day, and that's when I knew that things were taken down, but she had a lot of what you had on her YT, so she was able to direct people to it.
Okay, good.
And like I said, I'm playing catch up on a lot of things. That's why I always tell people, if you got a question, ask it. Don't assume it, ask it. That's why I say, if people got a question for me, I'll answer it. People in general, and we've seen it a lot with the beginning of Micah's case, of all the crap that can be started with people in general, especially people that thinks everybody's bipolar. And that's how stuff gets started, because people want to believe one or two people instead of going and saying, hey, I said I had questions and we were having a discussion. There were some comments going on. I didn't read all the comments that was going on. I seen a couple of people going back and forth, and I said, not in here. It needs to stop. And, people were saying, well, this is the week and you shouldn't talk about him. And why not? He needs to be talked about.
I think, Tree, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want you to know, Tree, I think there was something that's missing. And I just want to share this with you. In the last 48 hours, it didn't really have to do with Chris per se. It had to do with another outside situation. And that's what caused my feelings to get hurt. And so this drama that we're talking about, that is where the confirmation, the little thing that happened yesterday that everybody's talking about, that's where it got a little heated because of an outside hurt and betrayal that I feel. And I'm not going to get into it again on your live, but it has to do with people and relationships. It has nothing to do with my brother's case per se. But what I will say is when people, after that fallout of relationships, when people then go on and continue to talk about my brother, but seem to twist the narrative about things that seem to be pointed at trying to now blame the family instead of the parties that are actually responsible for why my brother ended up in the bull, that seems intentional. It seems like an intentional turn and calculation to make someone look bad.
Sounds like
And
Robbie
that's
Harvey.
how, I'm sorry.
Sounds like Robbie Harvey to me. Because
Well, I mean, that's a
me
whole,
and
that's a whole,
Micah Pass, I've been seeing a lot of his manipulation and this and that. That's been going on for a while when it comes to him, and the narrative that he puts out is false with a lot of things. And I don't like that type of thing, because when you use a big platform to manipulate somebody's thought that somebody is wrong, and people go and bash and attack people, that's messed up. What transpired yesterday, I didn't see. Like I said, you know, I take care of my dad. I got a house to run. I got bills to pay, and I got errands to do and the house to clean, and trying to find time for myself, but still tried to get caught up here and get caught up there, and little by little, because for over a year, I was so far into Micah's case, I didn't know whether I was coming or going. We was up all night. We was finding things that we hadn't heard on the platforms of any kind, and we was trying to get a hold of people and this and that and the other. So we just did it ourselves, and we talked about her. We kept the name going and backing off for the last few months because, God, life got so damn busy. And then the first time I talk about one, this happens. And I think a lot of people that goes through these lives, they just quote people. They say things in a wrong way that were actually said. I can pull every comment up from this live. Every one of them. I can download this whole live and put it on my YT. It ain't the first time I've downloaded all the comments, because there is a place you can get every single comment from your live. I don't mind doing that either. Because it comes to a point to where if people feel a certain way, whether it meets the narrative of others, people need to stop the drama. What it is what it is. That's your feelings, that's your perspective, that's your opinion. Until something can change that opinion, agree to disagree and move on. And people don't know how to do that. And Micah's case showed a lot of it. And it's just going on through until the next one. And then the next one. And it needs to stop altogether.
Yeah, I think can I add another layer?
Yeah.
I think it's even harder when you're a direct family member and actually lived the journey. Like I lived that time and day, that period. And so when I hear, look, I would never want anybody to lose somebody and then on top of that have to live it out in the public. And I don't mean that to be mean, but it's just the truth. It's lived out in the public for everybody to see, and that's hard. And then, then you're kind of listening to people's lives, and sometimes people get it wrong. And I'm not going to lie. Sometimes people get it way wrong, and then it's hard and it's triggering to your heartstrings, because as a family member, you want to go on and correct everything, right? Because you're like, that's not true. But at some point it gets exhausting, and I just don't want to do that. And the last thing I want to do, and I just mean that sincerely, last thing I want to do is I really don't have the emotional capacity anymore for any, like you said, dramatized stuff. And I think, Tree, you don't know me and I don't know you, but let me tell you, anybody that saw me speak out from February until I joined TikTok, will tell you I've always been a very calm, methodical, kind human being. But I don't know what it is about the TikTok world, but I don't think it fits me very well because it's just too much. And I don't mean that to be disrespectful, but it's just been a lot, and it has been a whirlwind, and it is something that I am not okay with, and I don't need any extra layers, like you said, of drama or like hurt or upset. And I will say, not to get back into it, but even last night after I all that transpired, people were blowing me up to 4 in the morning, sending me text messages about what other people were saying about me behind my back. I don't need that. Like, I don't need that. I am trying to grieve my brother, and I am trying to fight, you know?
Shame on them. These people need to stop. You just because you hear something or a part of something, you don't go to the person and just, oh, look at this, look at that, look at this. You don't do that. Now, a lot of people know my particular story, which is more on the Micah end.
Uh-huh.
I just happen to live to tell it because at the end of the day, my late husband died instead of me.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I use it to help others. I've had people tell me there is nothing nowhere that says you're a DV survivor. Well, I have a police report where my son was released from any charges. I have a death certificate with the cause of passing. I also have restraining order that I had, emergency restraining order or protective order. The thing about it is, I don't mind proving, but you have to grow to a point that you're able to accept somebody else's opinion and say, whoa, there it is. And you've got to get yourself to that. So I'm only going to give you my opinion on this. Whoever keeps wanting to come and text you until all hours of the night, they need to get a life. Because the last thing that they should have on their mind is to tell you what people are saying, because not everybody's going to say the same thing. And we've learned that quite a bit with Micah's case. You need to cut them off. There is no need to be getting upset because a lot of people want to sit there and yap their text messages to you. That's wrong in and of itself. That's disrespecting you and your family. It needs to stop altogether. It doesn't matter what other people say. What matters is what you answer to.
Oh, I agree with that. I agree with that. I think last night, can I just touch on that? I agree with what you're saying. Last night it was one common denominator, and multiple different people were sending me messages of the same person talking about me, and they were just, I feel like the intention was to just look out for me, but at the end of the day, like you said, it's overwhelming. I don't need that in my life, and I need to protect myself and my heart. And everybody that knows me knows that I'm a Christian, so I hope you don't mind me saying that. And and God says whatever, you protect your heart and everything that flows through it. And I'm an imperfect person. I got a little angry yesterday because I'm going through a lot, right? And I'm not saying nobody else has their own struggles, because everybody does, but I think people need to realize, like, I'm a human being with feelings, and if I feel like people are mistreating me or disrespecting me, I'm going to protect my heart. And sometimes that means I block people, or I, like I said, detach, or I shut down. And I have to do that because I've got a much bigger fight on my hand. I'm working with much bigger fish right now, on Chris's case, and I can't release it yet, but there's a much bigger fish that has come into play who is going to help hold people responsible, and I'm working every single day with these people. And that's my whole focus is Chris Skinner, right? That's what reason why I spoke out for the first time, and the reason why I'm still here. So I do appreciate you, Tree, for letting me on your live. I don't want to take your live up, but just please know that.
Thank you for coming back. I appreciate it.
Well, and thank you for having grace with me, because I mean, I think about what you're saying to me when I came into your live. You and I have not had discussions, and so I can see where that was offensive, and so I do apologize for that, and I hope that, we can just move on from that, and I will be more mindful of that, okay?
I really do.
Okay, well, have a good live. Thank you.
You too. You're welcome. Thank you. People leave her alone. Who cares what other people say?
Kidding. God bless America. Trying to sit here the week that her brother passed away. Leave her alone.
If you feel you gotta let somebody know what some jackass is saying behind somebody's back, you know people talk behind my back, you think I really give two rats fuck? Nope,
That's right, Dana.
I don't. You know why? I know who I am. I know what I fight for. Am I politically correct with everything I do? Nope. I'm not. I'm not perfect. We're all human. But the last thing that should be on somebody's mind is how many texts they can give somebody and bog them down with hearsay or what somebody else said about them. Who does that?
Grammy D said those people aren't her friends, and she's exactly right.
And to do it so much that it's affecting her mental health makes
Yeah.
it even worse.
Right.
So people need to stop. What, you think you're just going to get on the good graces of somebody and you're going to feel special because you could go up on her panel? Nobody needs that much attention that bad. Come on. It doesn't matter. Because, see, if I wanted that much attention, I would have ended my life and went on to hers with all the drama that went with it. I ain't about that. But I did prove a point tonight. How a few people can affect so many.
Exactly.
And that is what's messed up.
Yep.
You know, one thing I don't understand is I had the pleasure of having Tamara on my live for several hours. I mean, we went. I opened the floor to her and let her have at it. You know, and I even told her if she wanted to come back again, she was more than welcome to do so. And it was a pleasant discussion. No issues, no drama, no chaos. Why couldn't have it been the same way tonight, where we had an open discussion? People has their opinions, you know, just like everybody else said. You know, everybody's entitled, but it should have never rolled over to the dramatic effects that it took tonight.
Angie,
Yep.
I want to try to say this in my way and in my opinion. Making excuses does not work here. It doesn't matter. That's your opinion, but it doesn't make it fact. Yes.
No, I think she totally understood when you explained to her that she came in here announcing she's going live and that was disrespectful to you. I think it finally clicked. Like, you know what? She's right.
Well, yeah, and she even apologized. Like,
Yeah.
we don't even have to discuss it any further.
Like, why can't. That's how being adults should be. You come and talk to one another.
I mean, do I know what was said over in that live? No. Really don't give a shit.
Yeah.
And that's to be blunt about it. I don't care.
Well, yeah, because I mean, directly it didn't involve us. I wasn't there. You weren't there. Lady in Red wasn't there.
Nope.
You
Well, I
know,
don't
so
care if
what
I-
happened in somebody else?
Yeah.
What
well,
happened in somebody else's live doesn't determine what we're doing over here.
Exactly.
And if my name was mentioned, that it was mentioned, I really could give two rats. That's what people think of me. I don't care. The day I care is the day that I'm going to crawl in the hole, and that's it.
Well, to even go a step further, you stopped our live last night because somebody had messaged you and said she needed some support over there. We ended the live and we went over there. Yeah, there was some audio issues over there in her live, but even still, we gave her that respect that she deserved to have support when support is needed.
Well,
Yeah, I
that's the
couldn't hear
thing.
half
Y'all are
of it.
respectful.
I went out and came in, went out and came in, and I still, it was repeating and repeating and repeating, and then it would just bog down. I'm like, I'm done. I couldn't.
Drama's over. All the ones that came here for the drama, y'all can go now.
Yeah, sayonara.
Exit left.
If it ain't good enough for you to stick around on a live out of respect for me, then you don't need to be here. I don't care. Because, see, the thing about it is, it ain't always about being in the know all the time. Because if that was the case, I would have ended my life and went over to hers. I didn't. Because I don't need to know everything. Especially when it comes to fucking drama. I'm not going to deal with it. There was so much drama in the comments. I told people to not do that. Drama got brought over here. And I'm not going to stand for it.
I had to tell the chat several times to be respectful.
Can't do it. It can be, CJ. I don't need to know everything. You know what I'd really like to know? That the alphabet people are on their way to arrest a certain motherfucker. Or two, or three. Mainly one with purple cuffs and Bubba waiting for him to bend over and spell run. That's what I'd love to hear. I don't need to know every single detail. I just need there's proof of point A, B, C, and D. I don't need every little smacking detail of it. I watch enough on the YT, body cam footage. I watch all kinds of stuff to educate myself. Does it make me know everything? No, because each state's different, each law is different in each state. I have my opinion. I have the way I feel. And that's what I state, and it might piss some people off, and it might not. But if I put it as my opinion or hypothetical, then that's the way it needs to be stated. My cat trying to steal my damn circus peanuts. I finally found some. That's why I've done a lot more lives with playing a little bit of music, just having casual conversation, joking, adult jokes, whatever. When you have to fill your life full of fucking drama, then you need professional help. In a worst way. Hey, Juju, how you doing? Gail, sorry. Took me forever to find them. Hanging in, hanging in. Have a day here and have a day there. We all have traumas in our life and things that have transpired. Some may be similar than others, or the same as others, or different but the same at the same time, which can happen. Everybody's story is unique. But one is not just going to stand up front 100%. There's too many people to think about. There are too many Micahs. There's too many Chris's out there. There's too many Scott Spiveys out there. Justice for one, justice for all. Not one takes priority over the other because they all are human beings. Exactly, Grammy D. I set out to prove something, and I proved it. That's sad, isn't it? with all of TikTok. That's fine with me. I ain't got nothing to hide. Some people do. Some people just want drama. Some people wants to be tattletales. Some people want to misquote others and sit back and watch all the bullshit. I call them people cactus people. They need to go sit and spin. And if you can't have a heart enough for another person, don't bother. It's not fair to a lot of people. You know how many people I've seen get downed. I've heard if Case Files was downed for no reason. Because she does what she does. Because it didn't meet the narrative of another person. Or Ethan. Or Misty. And others. For what? Because of what they think? What about Tracy Cotillo, whatever the hell her last name is? Oh my God, look at her eyes. You can see bipolar in her pupils. Who in the hell in their right mind is going to believe her? Exactly, everyone knows. Wendy. There's a lot of that here. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, I know she don't count, but it's a good example, though, Dana. Look how much drama she causes. Just saying. But when it comes to the live tonight, Figure Me Out did cause a lot of drama. Whether she went to her or not, I don't care. She caused a lot of shit in my life. I don't appreciate that. And then have the audacity to indicate, because I can't remember verbatim, to not talk about Chris this week. Because it's the anniversary week. Well, why wouldn't you? He needs to be spoken about just like Micah and others. How do you expect to keep things going if you don't talk about them? And if people want to interpret it to a family member that we're talking shit about them, I know, Angie. Thank you, though. Yeah, I had seen that. There's some comments I have missed, but at the end of the day, you can see how a couple people can start a bunch of shit. Like the person that came into the comments and misquoted me. Well, they didn't stick around neither. Yeah. And I just think it's sad because not everybody's going to agree. Me and sister wife here, sister wife there, or peanut butter cup over here. We're going to have different thoughts. And just like Lady in Red said before, if we all thought the same, it'd be a boring freaking life. We're all going to have differences of opinion. Do I believe that it was remotely done? Not at this point. I'm not convinced, but that's my opinion. I believe he unlived himself and he was pushed to the limit because of Susie Bitch and JP Big Toe. Or should I say Toe JP? Because he comes in before himself does. I mean, I'm just saying.
That was funny.
Well, he kind of enters before his body does, okay? Because, I mean, you know, you're half a mile there, you know.
Facts.
Ain't the first time I've down JP. Won't be the last, neither. He can watch.
That's why.
I don't
That's
give a
why I
fuck.
had to cover my mouth. 'Cause I almost spit my chips out.
Susie is just as guilty as JP, if you ask me, in my opinionated opinion. Everything that I've seen, because early on I'm like, okay, we know how the manipulation can go, whatever. When it comes to the women in this case, just leave them alone for now. Oh no, no Susie. I think she's in it to win it like Bennett, let me tell you. I gave that chance. It didn't last long, but I gave that chance. Three lives in 2 nights. How many months? Three lives in 2 nights, huh?
They're talking about, CJ said that they were trying to keep their eyes open.
Look, I knew within a month or two of this case that Micah's case is deeper than the pits of fucking hell and then some. I said it on my lives before everybody started coming in it. Period. Ask the people who's followed me for a while that we didn't talk about Micah because Micah was still alive. And up until people started scrolling through and hearing me talk, and then it grew. And more people came, and more people came. Because we were finding shit before it came out. Not all, not a lot, but there was a few little bits and pieces. I mean, we all have different aspects of looking things up. We miss things. That's why we go over things. When many heads are better than one. Robbie Harvey has not got that memo yet. Nor will he ever. Well, hi, Gigi. How are you? I didn't bring the drama. They did.
You're right. My bad. They brought the drama with them, Dana.
There are so many people that deserve better than what they got. Hey, Stacy, how you doing, darling? Well, some people realize tonight I don't give two rats fuck. I don't. Thank you, Denise. I try to be. Doesn't mean I always am. I'm just tired of taking shit. I'm tired of sitting back and letting people do shit and I stay quiet. It ain't gonna happen. More people need to stand up and say, enough's enough. Not, oh, we'll just let it go and they'll move on. Fuck that shit. These people need to understand you need to shut the hell up. I'm not taking your crap no more.
Well, it teaches people that there's a boundary with certain people you can't cross. And maybe it'll prevent them from doing it to somebody else.
Using the alien girl filter? What are you talking about, CJ?
Your green filter.
Yeah, they
Oh.
like y'all's green filter.
I was like, what the hell are they talking about? Yeah.
See Jamie stalking.
Yep. It can be a little freaky, but it just goes to prove when you stop talking about stuff and you occasionally mention it so it keeps the name out there, people don't want that. people don't want to just go hang out, breathe for a minute. The police will be there tomorrow. It ain't going nowhere. There's still stuff to look up and still stuff to talk about. Just give it a day or two. Why does everybody have to be so absorbed? I mean, me and Just a Girl, I mean, we was up till 3, 4, 5 in the morning after Micah passed. We got to a point we had to make ourselves slow down. Because it was so, we just wanted the answer because of what happened to her. Yeah, I know, Dana. I know. Where drama goes, she follows. I try to ignore her. Just to be honest about it. Thank you, Stacy. I appreciate that, darling. I got a lot of people that comes in here on a regular basis. We either just chit chat, listen to music, laugh, be stupid, tell funny jokes. We need the layback time, y'all. Yeah, I know, Dana. I did see the comment. This is why I stepped away. Then why the fuck are you up in here then? Uh-oh, hubby's back. Be careful.
Here we go, round 2. Ding, ding, ding.
Yep.
Oops.
Work up.
Well, hello.
Hey, with a drama-filled night, you got a room full of people. With a non-drama-filled live, guess what happens? 20 people. What does that tell
Hey,
you?
at least we got a good selection right now where everybody can have a civilized discussion.
Oh, damn.
True story.
And here comes devil number 2. Hey, Ethan.
Hey, Lucky Star. I appreciate all the ones that come in on a regular basis, even to scroll through and say hi. Hey, Ethan, how you doing, darling? I love some of the pictures I seen with Missy. Cha-ching. I know life's been busy for you for a hot minute, hasn't it, Ethan?
Yeah, we took a 10-minute break so I had to come back and show some support. Sorry.
I thought you did that when you signed the prenup.
There you go.
Well, actually, it was when, it's the hubby thing, and then it came to prenup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, Ethan. You've been through some shit, let me tell you. I've seen a little on the back end, so I haven't totally out of the loop here.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen?
Oh,
How you doing, Cam?
what a night.
Doing pretty good.
Hubby, I want to let you know. Tamara did come back in here.
Oh, shit.
She come up on panel. You apologize. And that was cool.
And that's perfectly fine. People can apologize and things can be forgiven, but people need to realize you can only say sorry so many times.
you know, a lot of people has been, you know how some people get so driven they got to sit there and text somebody or send messages up until 3, 4 in the freaking morning because, you know, this is what I heard. Here's my screenshot. That's what they've been doing with her, according to what she said, if I got it correctly.
Yes.
And I told her she'd tell them people to stop. What kind of person does that? That's not showing respect for her.
No. Did we get a name on who these people were? Or?
No, I didn't ask. I really don't care. As long as they stay the fuck up out of here, I don't care. But I know they're not because there's a bunch of window lickers and they love drama. They love starting drama. If they fuck around and find out in my life, I ain't gonna put up with it. Whoever
Yeah,
don't
don't
like
be
it,
texting me till 4 o'clock.
love you, Dana.
You text me at 4 o'clock in the morning and I'm not already awake. You better have the coffee damn brewed and somebody better be on life support or needing help.
Oh, that's right.
I'll call
Night,
you.
Dana.
I'll
Not
call you at
drama on
3:59.
TikTok.
Okay, you do that.
Love you, Dana.
Y'all know if I'm calling that early in the fucking morning, something's up.
It's because of the pink horse.
Good night, TJ. Have a wonderful night.
Because of the what?
The pink was the pink horse? I don't remember.
It's the flying horse.
What?
The flying horse.
That's right, flying horse. I don't know why I can't remember that.
Emotionally driven on some parts, yeah, Pam. And some of it's literal.
Yeah, but they're not looking out for her.
No. They just want in the loop. That's the only thing that most of these people want.
Yep.
They gotta go text. I'll get in the good graces with her, and then I'll find out every information that everybody else can't find out.
That's
If
right.
you need to find out that damn bad, you need professional help. Go see a therapist.
I know.
What is supposed to be? Ooh,
Oh, Dana, that's awesome.
I seen something on the Book of Face that she posted too. Keep us informed. He was talking about Misty and named her about text calls. I don't want to hear about all that though. Yeehaw. That's hearsay, not proof. I ain't into that. Because somebody came in and quoted me in my own live and was wrong. The time one story makes it around to 10 people, that thing is turned into Frankenstein and fucking Godzilla at the same time.
Like I tell everybody, don't come to me with no bullshit unless you got it in black and white, which is screenshots, or you got it in fucking color, which is a video.
Yep, that's right.
Without that, it doesn't mean that I don't trust you. There is a handful of people I can count on one hand that can tell me something and I'm not questioning them. Other than that, we're going to need receipts.
Alabama, I told the drama seekers to go on a while ago.
I'm not here for popularity contest, y'all. I don't need to have 200 or 300 people in my life to feel like I'm doing or making a difference in my life. But
That's
hey, if it comes from somebody other than the person that should be saying it, it's hearsay. Too many people. And sometimes at the end of the day, half the stuff that we hear ain't all the way true. Well, hey, Sandy. Sandy, you still in here? Sandy's my phone. Probably scrolled in and out. She ain't no drama person neither. Hey, Steph, welcome back. No drama here. The first time I talk about something, when we just talking about this like earlier, like
Yep.
recently.
Yeah. Been like the last 48, 72 hours.
The same. I tell you, I got to give it to people who do true crime because fuck that shit, no. Don't want nothing to do with that shit. Yeah, I did. Thank you. I was hoping Sandy was still in here so I can tell her we're coming in for 2 weeks and wanted to see her while I was there. Oh, Lord, have mercy, what a night. Proof's in the pudding, right?
It always is.
Me and my 50 accent.
Yeah, you gotta watch it. Might even fucking get a new one here soon.
No, that one's my favorite.
Well, like I said, I'm not here for popularity contest. Like people come in, interacting, tapping the screen, whether we're listening to music or talking about Micah or talking about Chris or talking about the weather. If you're going to support, you're going to support all the way around. If you want drama, then stay over where the drama side is and leave us the fuck alone.
Amen.
Exactly.
Not everybody's in it to win it, to get gifts and this and that and the other. I don't do it as a job like Steph does or Ethan or whatever. That's what they do.
Yeah.
Go support them all day long and twice on Sunday. But
Just
you
put
need
it.
to show support to everybody that you say you support them. Truly support them. Come in, say hi, sit a minute.
Just put it this way: all the ones out there talking shit and running your mouth, come see me. I'll give you a fucking mouthful.
Shit.
Oh my God.
Don't forget.
Rule of thumb: if they're running their mouth to you, they're gonna run their mouth about you.
That's true.
And I guess the thing that intrigues me the most, like I get excited over it, is when one person go and talk shit, they tell fucking 10 other people. Now you got 11 people talking shit and fucking the other 10 of them, besides the first one, the other 10 that fucking heard the shit don't even know what the fuck's going on.
Right?
They just jump on the fucking bandwagon. Let's talk shit about this person. Fuck you.
Yep.
You don't like what I gotta say. If you don't like how I am, I'm sorry. Stuck the left nut and make the right one jealous.
I wasn't mentioning the names, Allie, honey. Is it Allie? Oh,
We know the ones that truly support full time.
Yeah, we do.
You don't have to come in here and stay the whole time we're live. Here,
Nope.
just interact 15, 20 minutes. Hey, how's it going? How's your day? Going good. Oh, nice song. Whatever. Yeah, the weather sucks. Whatever. See y'all later. I'm strolling on. We're good with that.
That's just like me. I got a message earlier. Asked me told me they've been sending me lives to come into, and I haven't been to none of them. And I simply replied back to them, when's the last time you was in mine? And guess what? I ain't got a fucking answer yet. They read it, but I ain't got an answer yet.
Imagine that.
Yeah, I don't go live every night or nothing like that, but I'm literally live on fucking YouTube every day, every night. And see them motherfuckers coming there and say, hey, Cam, how you doing? Fuck you, bye. None of us can give a shit. We can go live and have 5 people in there and still have a fucking party.
We have a party with 3 to 4 every night.
Yep. Look, just to show you how much we don't give a fuck about it, we can actually talk to ourselves and have a damn good time, okay?
Yep, that's right.
You know it. And sometimes when people don't want to interact on here, we'll just go to a private chat on the book face and say, fuck everybody. I don't care. It's not that important. We're not here to kiss ass to make friends. That ain't friends. I don't kiss nobody's ass anyway.
I've said
too much of a shit pusher.
And I've said it since the day I fucking joined this fucking app. I think I even got the video of my fucking roll on my email. But I've told people since day one, when I make videos or if I go live, it don't matter what the fuck I do. It ain't to please you. I'm making them because either one, something's going on in my life. Two, I'm going to bring awareness to something. Or three, I'm being just dumb as fuck that day. But I will never ever make a fucking video to please somebody. Ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, it happens in Alabama. Just block them.
Welcome to TikTok.
Yeah, exactly. It's
More
all
like
Nigerian princes who are going to tell you that they'll give you $5,000.
more like fucking pick twat.
It's just like, you know, when people come and tell me you're not a DV survivor, there's no proof anywhere. You want to bet?
Yeah.
I'll put it up. I don't give a fuck.
You put more proof. You put more proof on DV on your behalf than most the police departments put out on fucking the calls they get every fucking year.
That's the fucking truth.
Right, that's the fucking god honest truth. And the shit, it's detailed, time stamped, and fucking dated too, motherfuckers.
That is.
Hell, if they'd scroll down your videos a little bit and actually pay attention to what's in your videos, they would have seen what you put out yourself. Court seal.
You know, I blackened out, you know, personal names and information, but
The verbatim's there.
to me, I'm not going to get upset and cry over spilt milk. I'm going to throw it in your fucking face and make you look like an ass.
Exactly.
Nope. Cam's even put his fucking social security number out on social media. He really don't care.
What we got? 53
Said it
people.
yesterday.
53 people in here. Hey, we'll do it again. John Cameron Flynn, 12882. Social security card numbers 251676940. If you're gonna hack my shit, make my credit better.
No doubt.
You need my address. My address is 4316 Lineberry Drive, East Bend, North Carolina 27018. And if you decide to come here and want to start shit, call 336-762-3219 if you get fucking lost. I give $2.
Carrie said, repeat that for me. So funny.
Repeat what? Which one you need me to repeat?
She's just playing.
I ain't playing. What you need me to repeat? No, fucking.
Which detail you need?
My shoe size is in between a 13 and a 14. I mean, what the fuck y'all want to know?
That would be a 13 and a half.
Okay.
Just don't answer the phone at 7 a.m.
Like I know people like to keep their private information, like social security card numbers and shit like that, private. I have nothing against anybody that wants to do that. Me, on the other hand, I give $2.
With all that information, they can at least pay a bill.
I mean, really. I like how he said, you can make my credit better.
Uh-huh.
No
I mean,
kidding.
please.
By all means,
Right?
get that personal loan number up for me. I got you.
I'll just sit here and eat my pumpkin corn. Jesus.
You know what they say about a man that has big
Wear
feet.
big socks.
Either he's got big socks or he's got a big wang dang.
All you have to do is look at somebody's hand to see how big their wing dang is.
Hold on now, I got big fucking hands. Hey.
Leave it to Cam.
Yep.
That too, Alabama.
It's been proven. What?
And if you guys want to know something else about me that a lot of you might not know,
Oh, God.
I do wipe my ass after I shit.
But
And I
even
wash.
less after.
And I wash my hands all by myself.
I know, Allie.
He's a big boy now.
Yay.
He's my ex-husband.
Oh, that's funny.
I gotta be up at 8:30 in the morning to go to an eye doctor. See y'all tomorrow.
No, I gotta be up at
I love you,
6:30.
honey.
Good night.
Love y'all.
Hey,
Hi,
James.
family.
Hey, Truman.
James,
Yeah,
go to bed.
that's why I'm
Yeah,
headed.
go to bed, James.
Hey, do me a favor when you go to bed.
Go to sleep.
Yeah, but the main thing is, man, and honestly, coming from the bottom of my heart, man, don't grab no lotion and some toilet paper. You're good tonight. Just go to
I
sleep.
knew he was going to go there.
Damn.
Damn. Love you, bro.
When you wake up with sticky hands and a wet dream, you'll know it.
Whoa.
I need someone to start an IV of coffee at 6:30.
No kidding.
Mm.
Have a good night.
Good night, brother.
Good night.
Whoop, there it is.
You guys just made my whole night.
That's what she said. Sorry, I had to.
When I was talking about a man's hand, that should have told me a lot with my ex-husband.
Oh,
Don't
shit.
do it. Little weenie committee.
Tic Tac.
Yep. That would be it.
Oh my goodness, Mom. I love you.
Truth is truth.
I love everybody in this room.
I thought I was still a virgin after him.
Is it past my bedtime? Hell no, it ain't past my bedtime.
Oh my God, Mom.
Nothing popped up in there.
Holy shit.
Oh my
Damn.
God, Mom. Oh. Oh. Hey, Alabama.
I ain't
Hey,
lying.
Brown Eyed Girl.
Brown
Honey,
eyed.
if
I
you
agree.
sit there and talk about how good a man fucks, I could talk about one that don't. Okay?
Damn.
Damn.
You know?
What's playing? I mean,
Brown
what the hell's the difference between a couple of women sitting around talking about a man's nether regions or a couple of men talking about woman's boobs?
Right.
We're just doing it publicly. Who cares?
My name
Hey,
Cameron.
perfectly. How you doing?
My name Cameron. I like boobs.
I mean, too many men. Not saying the ones in here. You know what they tell women? God, when y'all talk about that, we just get self-conscious. Don't you think we get self-conscious about what you say about women's bodies? You're supposed to be all curvy and perfect and perky. Bitch, an older bitch knows more about these things than a younger perky bitch.
Fuck
Now,
that.
how does that make us women feel?
I'm gonna tell you now. If you skin and bones, I ain't touching you. I wouldn't touch you. No, no, not me. I'm not fucking something from the Tales from the Crypt. Ain't happening.
Now, I've heard some men say that.
No, you did not say Tales from the Crypt.
Well, it's all bones.
Yes, he did.
I mean, you could be a supermodel. I give two fucks. If you're skinny, not this white boy.
Cam definitely has a
Hey.
top.
Bony hurts the bony, okay?
I mean, that
Hey,
would
Cam.
suck.
How's the wife doing?
We're
Don't-
good.
Just a girl.
I like that. That was she said real good. Yeah, I don't know if you know it yet, Truman, but Lady in Red, Tree, and Just a Girl, Sarah, all of them are my wives.
You know what I meant.
Don't
I
forget
could
Harry.
reason.
Harry's the sugar daddy too. On top of that,
More cushion for the pushing,
What
exactly.
the? Oh my God, you
and
guys.
just because a woman
Really?
has little meat on her shit doesn't mean she can't move.
Amen to that.
Sometimes a bigger woman moves better than a skinny one.
Whoop,
Skinny
whoop.
one's These women can get it.
You do got a point, Mom.
Gravity works better in our favor in that aspect.
Now, see,
Just
what's the
saying.
difference about being on here, talking the same shit we would sitting in a bar with a bunch of people? What's
Or on the
difference
book of
because
face.
we ain't got alcohol?
Because there's a lot of sensitive ass motherfuckers on here. That's why.
Yeah, you're right.
When they can go
Yep.
with their binky, sit on a cactus, spin, and go tell mommy they had a bad day and grow the fuck up and get out of the adult crap.
It means you just keep swiping up till you find what you like.
Or you could go on some dating site and swipe left. Who cares?
That too.
That's why they call this individual lives with people that want to conversate or have a little bit of fun or just cut up. Some people take it literally. Oh my God, did you hear he's got 4 wives? And there's 3 husbands and 1 sugar daddy. Holy shit.
Woo.
Oh yeah.
Damn, I'm good.
And wait a minute. Where do I
Y'all,
come into the picture at then?
y'all think that's crazy? Y'all should see what we all do on Saturday nights.
Oh my God.
Sweet Jesus.
Called a video
After
chat.
dark.
Called being bored in a video chat. Well, I like the way y'all think, though. I know where y'all's head was going. I like the way y'all think.
Yep.
No, Debbie, they don't.
Oh, yes, I do.
No, I'm not talking about you.
Oh,
Debbie said no one knows how to have fun anymore.
Well, I mean, our type of fun might not be fun for somebody else, and that's fine. That's why you can keep on moving.
Exactly.
Down because they have their type of fun and can laugh and cut up and live life. It's the way we do it.
Don't get it, right, Alabama?
You're the little sis, Alabama.
You're the sister-in-law.
What about me?
damn, I got bored. I got on TikTok Live fucking with people.
You the sister.
Nah, I had to show some support to my other wives. Sorry.
You came in here to keep us
What
in
about-
check and then
Hey,
go
do y'all
wild
know?
yourself.
I don't know if you guys know this or not, real quick. And I know, oh shit, they can still hear me on TikTok. I don't give a fuck. But do you know that the bigger the man's hands, the bigger gloves he wears?
Oh my God.
Here
Yeah.
to here, y'all. Here,
The bigger the man's hands, the
Here,
bigger the
y'all.
glove he wears.
here to here, y'all.
Make that coffee extra strong.
No doubt.
I'm picky about my coffee, so make sure that spoon stands at attention.
Oh, you like cowboy coffee then, right? Girl next
That's what
door?
she said.
Cowboy coffee's weak.
Woo. What it is what it is. It don't break my heart that people, just come in for the drama and jet later on. I don't care. The people who stay, we agree to disagree. You have your opinion, I have mine, and we can go and be friends about it and say, okay, cool. Not everybody is a Republican, and not everybody's a Democrat, not everybody's an independent. But we can still have a conversation.
Thank you, Trema.
Called being an adult.
So am I, Alabama.
All right, y'all. I'm going to go back and run with them. They're all back now.
All right, hubby.
All right, if y'all need anything, just let me know.
Oh, bye.
Oh, yeah. And,
Okay, brother.
I know y'all talking about man's hands. If y'all need some pictures, let me know. I got plenty of hand pictures. I got you. I got Feet fetish. I
Lord
mean,
have
whatever.
mercy.
Oh,
You might want to repeat your phone number one more time.
336-762-3219. $5.99 plus tax. Later, y'all.
Bye.
Oh my God, help me,
oh
Jesus.
my. You telling
I
me?
can't with
Yeah, but
him.
Cam never answered my question.
What was
Where do
that?
I stand at in the group? Where do I stand at in the group?
Legitimate child.
There you go.
Oh, thanks. I'm one of the kids. Which?
Freeman, what do you call me?
Oh yeah, I forgot I call you mom. Never mind. I forget. Okay.
You call me sis, so
I know.
There you go.
Yeah, but I call Cam brother anyways. I know I'm your brother, Alabama.
To the 46 of you that are still here, thanks for hanging around.
we apologize for
Yep,
this.
thank you.
Definitely appreciate it. Sometimes it just shows you. It's not always drama that keeps you here.
I'm sorry if I haven't been talking to you guys lately, but I've been dealing with some more stuff. I can't say about what's going on, okay, Mom?
That's okay, honey. I don't want you to. I don't want you to talk
But
publicly.
I've been dealing. I know, but I've been dealing with it by myself because I know you guys are very busy.
I think my personal life keeps me more busy than TikTok life. You know what I'm saying? Or the drama within it. Of course, we've been trying to stay away from the drama side. That's why we've had a lot of laid back lives, playing some music.
I know. I talked to you, Alabama.
Even if we're busy, you have a chat for a reason.
Yep. I do miss a lot of stuff. I miss looking into the stuff from Micah like I used to, or anybody else, right? But sometimes when the personal life gets busy, we can't sacrifice the personal for what we want to do. Because appointments have to be kept, and house needs to be cleaned, and grass needs to be mowed, and all this other stuff kind of got to take care of it. Because see, doing all this, I got behind on everything. There's it catching up.
And for the rest of us, kids are demanding.
Yeah.
They don't go by a timeline.
No, they sure don't.
No, they don't.
Now, in some of the lives, do we talk about Mike? Absolutely. But see, a lot of people don't want to stick around till that time comes. But that's okay too. If they're only here to get the dibs on information and be the first to find out, I don't need to be the first to find out. I just want to find out. Everybody can't be number one.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, what?
Do you know who is ALLIERAE080? Who is it?
We know her.
Allie
Yeah, she
Ray.
comes in here. Did she follow?
Okay. No, I was just wondering who it was.
Yeah, she comes in a lot.
Okay, I am going to be following you, honey. I didn't know who it was. I just have to be careful.
It's all good.
I am so shocked there's that many people still here.
Me too, honestly.
Utterly shocked.
They're waiting on round two.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys on my way home.
Yeah. I think.
I can't.
Oh, I spoke to my friend today. He started spiking a fever. It's gotten up to 102. They've been able to get it back down, but um, they're also trying to use injections instead of having to go to giving blood for anemia. And they're testing him for lupus.
Wow.
Yeah. He's really not having a good time. So even though, a lot of things are going on and transpiring about, people that we've grown to care about and never knew, there's other stuff that goes on in the background that also needs prayers.
Yeah, it is. My cousin has lupus.
I'm hoping he doesn't, but it runs with the family. His brother had lupus. They never got the last part of the study, but it was more on the line of lupus before he died, so they wasn't able to get the whole shenanigans for it. But
Did any of his parents have it?
no, I think it was an aunt, his brother, a couple of cousins.
Okay.
I'm really worried about him.
Well, you have been since this all started.
And I haven't even been able to have time to go see him.
Yeah.
And that bothers me.
For sure.
Him and his brother was the only ones that was here right after Mike died. Up front and center. Helped me with a lot of things. I've known him for over 20 years. And he's alone.
You've got to carve some time out to go see him.
Yeah. I'm definitely going to make it there before we go on our trip. I got him some M&M's, peanuts, because he mentioned that one day because he went so long without being able to eat because he kept prolonging his surgery for emergencies that popped up. He was so hungry, and it was way past him getting a meal at the hospital. He said, but these M&M's with peanuts taste really good right about now.
Bless his heart.
He said, I got snacks coming out of my ears. And I'm sitting there thinking, well, you about to get some more. And I told him, he said, it looks like I'm going to have to live with my cousin for a while. And I know the restrictions he has there. I said, look, if I have to rearrange this whole fucking house, you could come here. I don't care. We can make it to where we can put up a petition and my son can be in here because this room's big enough.
Yeah.
And he would have a room.
Tree under construction again.
Right?
Do what?
I said trees, house under construction again.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of work, but I'll do it for him. He deserves to have somebody that really, truly cares. Because all these other stupid-ass people, oh, yeah, bud, until he needs something, and they ain't nowhere to be found.
Imagine that.
Not unless you have this. You don't pay a friend.
He definitely don't need to go back where he was.
No.
You don't. He's going to be at least in this hospital another 4 weeks. And I thought it was 5. He just got done with his 4th surgery. He's got 3 more.
Holy crap.
So I told him, I said, all the TikTok people are praying for you. He said, will you tell all of them? I said, thank you. I said, I sure will.
Aww.
He knew my late husband before I even met him, before I met any of them. When I met my late husband, I met them because they all worked together. And out of everybody that I've met through my late husband, he's the only one left that didn't judge me, that didn't listen to bullshit, that didn't listen to the fact that me and my son was called schmurderers and put down. It's a hell of a thing to live with when people think of you that way. See, a lot of people don't know people's background, what they lived through. Sometimes people need to stop for a minute and think about, wonder if somebody done that to me. How would I feel? And if you tell yourself you don't give a shit, then you're not a human. You're not. I did. What it is what it is. Ain't gonna stop me. A lot of people just don't know what other people has lived with. Not just me, but others. Well, they judge based on what somebody tells them. You can't change them, but you can change how you deal with it. Yeah, you're going to get mad. Yeah, you might say some shit. I do. But am I going to stay stuck? No. I'm moving on. I said what I said, and there you go. I'm not going to cry in the corner and then leave everything and all this other stuff because of some asshole. That's when they take control. It's time to take the control away from them. And that's what I'm trying to do. Not going to let them stop me. Besides, I got receipts. I got receipts. So, any hoozle. It's getting late. I appreciate all of you for staying around and interacting. It's much appreciated for all my tapas. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for the gifts and everything. Not necessary, but I appreciate you. And I hope everybody has a wonderful night. Maybe it'll be a better live tomorrow. So you all have a wonderful night. And we'll see y'all later.
Good night, y'all.
Good night, y'all.
Good night, Mom.
Good
Good night,
night.
sisters.
Good night.
Good night, y'all.
Bye, y'all.